calls the kettle black, calls the kettle burnt, calls her mad. Kettle reminds the pot that we both been burned on the same stove, that the parts of our bodies that are layered in soot were scorched by the same hands. Kettle tells pot that she still boils water, holds the hot breath of a white man's tongue, endures the slow simmer of a white woman's allyship, and still, we make something beautiful. Pot calls the kettle wicked, and kettle says no, but says she's so magical she burned the hand of the last man who tried to pour himself a piece of her. Says she's so black she is everything, so black she is the beginning. She is the first thing someone finds home in when they wake up in the morning. Says ain't that what it means to be black? To have the world go up in flames around you and still be sanctuary for someone, saving men who lost themselves the night before, saving men who curse our names but forget his mama is made of steel too. And now the pot has no words but calls the kettle bitter, but loves the glass pan, the fine china, loves all the exotic shit white men put behind glass casings, loves how fragile things not made of steel can be. But this isn't about the pot or the pan. This is about the kettle, the black woman, how she pours herself across the earth, but no one bats an eye when the water disappears. We give ourselves to men who never love us, but they say we are difficult, too hard to break. How we, the kettle, praise this pot, this man for all the water he holds. How we are the only ones who do not call him monster when the water boils over, because we know this heat, this white flame, hot enough to make any of us explode. We are the first ones to make noise when the world goes up in flames, but they say the earth was saved by the man who heard her scream. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says yes, but says you best remember you black too. The next time they bring a fire to your neck, they burn black bodies on the stake and the stove. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says bitch I might be, says nuck if you buck, then says wipe me down. Kettle says yes my nigga, I be black, I be mad, and I boiled the last man down to his bones when he tried to test me. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says hell yes, but don't say my name as if you ain't ever been burnt too.
The narcissist does not need you. They don't. They need supply. Now, a lot of people are out here talking about how the narcissist needs you and how you're a great supply and X, Y, and Z. And I understand why they say this. They say this because it makes the target, the survivor, feel special. It makes them feel significant, and it helps to boost their self-esteem. But using this to make you feel significant is out of alignment with reality and counterproductive, because it fuels a delusion and keeps you from seeing the reality of the situation, and in turn keeps you vulnerable. So listen up, ladies. The reality is they don't need you. They need supply. They're like drug addicts, and you saying they need you specifically is like saying they need that one specific bag of cocaine. But the trouble is cocaine, and this is why they can replace you like that. Not because you're worthless, not because you're insignificant, but because they don't even see you as a separate individual being. They don't even see you. You are supply. You are their cocaine. And any cocaine is cocaine. You cannot be significant in that situation. There's just no way. Now, can you be a good brand of cocaine? Yeah, for sure. But you're not the only good brand out there. And cocaine is cocaine. Are you a significant person of value? Of course you are. I'm not saying that you're insignificant. What I'm saying is when you step into their realm, you don't exist as an individual and you are not special. And just like any addict, this has nothing to do with you and everything to do with them and their mental and wellness, just like any other addict. And you saying that you're special to them in some way is just you feeding a delusion. He doesn't see you, sis. And I know that tells you up inside. I know you gave way too much and received way too little, and it breaks your heart. I get it. But if you ever want to feel valued and loved and special, you got to step into reality. You got to take that L, heal, and move forward. That's what I wanted to share with you guys today. I hope you found that helpful. Let me know your thoughts about what I've said here in the comment section, and let's keep this conversation going. And if you like this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to this channel, and hit that bell so you get a notification every time I upload a new video. Thank you in advance, and until the next time, live boldly, live empowered, live from the.
All right, everybody. I'm about to bring up Betterment in just a moment. Just want to kick a shout out to the Toxic Recovery Hub. Please follow her. She's easy to find on YouTube. Excellent, excellent information. So right now, I'm going to bring to the stage Betterment for Black Women. Betterment, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, you can take it from here. If you need anything from me, I'll be in the background waiting.
All right. Okay, hello everybody. Good evening. How are you? I'm glad to see your beautiful faces today. So the topic we're going to discuss is reparations, community, and relationships. So let me start off with reparations. So we've been talking about reparations for the past few decades. And now, decades later, we finally being brought up with reparations. So, for those of you who do not live in California, reparations is still up in the air. That's one side of the story that I heard because I live in California. But on the other hand, I also heard that they have passed. They're going to give California residents reparations that lived here for at least 10 years. They're going to give them reparations. So the amount that they're going to give them is $3.5 million, which I'm still thinking that's the amount they're going to give them out of the billions okay, so hi Brendan, how you doing, Alexander? So right now, I don't know which one is true right now. I haven't been to Sacramento or sat down to hear what is going on with reparations. This is just hearsay. It's sort of up in the air, but when I started to do a little bit of research and watch a couple of videos, in the video, there are people speaking about slavery, how slavery ruined our our culture, how it ruined our families, and so on and so forth. And slavery has been brought up multiple times in these reparations discussions, which is part of our history. It's been part of our history for decades. So to make stories a little bit longer, I lost my train of thought. Excuse me, it was in my head. Okay, so reparations has been the topic of discussion because we see everybody else get their reparations, the Japanese, the Chinese, the Jews, everybody got their reparations right away except for us, right? And not only they got their reparations, but slave owners got their reparations. So we are owed in this country on this we are owed land. We're owed pretty much everything. However, if this if reparations does come to Black people, you have to prove that you are a descendant of slaves, because let me tell you something. Not every Black person was a slave. Let me repeat myself again. Not every Black person was a slave. We had free Black people in this country as well. So not every Black person in this country is going to get reparations because they were not a descendants of slaves as we thought we were. And how to get this reparations, you have to have documents. You have to go through your genealogy to prove that you were a descendant of slaves. That's something that that's something that will hinder some Black folks because we're thinking that every Black person is going to get reparations. Not every Black folk is going to get reparations. I hate to tell you that. Not every Black folk is going to get that because not every Black person was a descendant of slaves. But in this, hearing the discussion further with reparations with slavery, I would like to point out what was missing in that conversation when the residents of California were talking about reparations. What was missing in this reparation was a chunk full. So what I did not hear in the discussion when I was listening on the video was that a lot of our towns were burnt down during the raid of the Ku Klux Klan and other white people. Because if you guys look throughout history, there were a lot of Black towns that were burned down back from the 1870s on to the 1930s. And this is documented. A lot of Black folks' possessions were stolen. Our cities were burnt down and our lands were stolen. Okay? So that was left out in the discussion. And that's very important that we know our history. And another thing that was left out in the discussion was police brutality. Police brutality was left out of the discussion because there were Black folks that were innocent throughout the decade that were killed and beaten by cops. That was left out of discussion. So if we were to put this document into discussion of reparations, we don't have to prove that we are descendant of slaves. We can go back through history and see what Black people have gone through. But since we only talked about slavery, you have to prove that you are a descendant of slave. If you're not a descendant of slaves, then you're not going to get reparation. That's where we messed up at. We have to go beyond slavery. We have to talk about what they owe us. They owe us land. They owe us property. They own us and everything. But not a lot was discussed in this conversation, and that's where we messed up at. It should be more than slavery. It should be retribution, if I'm getting that correct. Because we owe a lot. We were here first as a people. We are the descendants of the original Native Americans. Our land was stolen. And for Black people not to get that history right and just go on to like slavery, because we cannot prove that the ships came to America. There's no documents proving that ships were docked here that brought like millions and millions of people here. Okay? So we have to do a little bit of research before we come up to Congress or whoever that's in our city or Washington D.C. We have to do our research before we even present ourselves to our politicians, because there was a lot of information that was missing. And we need to do a little bit better than that, a little bit better. So, as a community, and talking about reparations, not every Black people is going to be on board with this, because you have some Black people that are conservatives and they go against their own interests. And most of these conservatives are mostly Black men. Black men go against their own interests and don't even think about twice how it would affect them. Because if you look at the manosphere, they always say that they're conservative. And then you see conservatives in the White House or in your cities, Black conservatives. I can't stand Black conservatives because they always go against their own interest when it comes to getting what they owe. Because I heard um, a Black person said that, I hope you don't get nothing, because you're not getting one tax dollar out of my pocket. And I'm just like, who are these people just popping up out of nowhere talking against their own interests? And it always backfire on us as a community because we go against our own interest most of the time. Jim Crow was brutal. They have to talk about how Black businesses were burnt down. And one point, when slavery abolished, there were Black people in the States than whites. Agree, but as Black people, when it comes to businesses and trying to start a business, it's like when we do business with our own, it never works out for some reason. It never works out because we rob each other. We always ask for free services. It's never Black businesses never last, never. So it's best to get support from other communities or just do your business online. But we have to weed ourselves out from the Black people that don't have our best interests, aka the Black conservatives. We need to move away from them because they're going against our own interests. They do not want to see us thrive. And this is not me talking like a pro-Black. This is me talking as a Black person because I am still affected by society, whether you guys want to hear that or not. I'm trying as a Black people to trying to do better in our communities and trying to do better by us. But if we go against our own interests as a community, how are we going to get reparations off the ground? How do we want to do better for ourselves if we're not coming together as a people and just trying to get things off the ground? Because I lived in West Los Angeles, I lived in Compton, I've been in Long Beach. I've been in the hoods of every hood in California. There, if you go there right now, it's in shambles, especially Oakland, because I've been to Oakland too. It looks like a war zone in Oakland. Okay, and that's a shame. That is a shame that we have other people set up shops in our neighborhood, but they don't give back to our neighborhood when we put in it. That's something that we should demand as a people. If you're going to set up shop in our community, you're going to have to give back to our community because we're pouring all our money into your business and nothing is coming back to the community. Okay? Nothing's coming back. And that's the problem with Black people. We're not speaking out enough, and this is why we're getting taken advantage of by other people. We have to come together and we have to clean up our communities ourselves. We have to clean up our communities ourselves. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it, because we don't have the money to move in other people's communities. Well, I can only speak on California. I can only speak on California because houses, if you go to the suburbs, houses are like $3.4 million, probably more than that. So as Black people, not only we need to ask for reparation, we need to clean up our community ourselves and do better. Kick out the gangs. Tell the gangs that you're not going to mess up our community no more. We're tired. We're tired of you killing our children. We're tired of all the graffiti that's going on, because random people, they graffiti too. Our community looks a mess, and it's time for us to change. We need help. The church and the police force. Yeah, the church should be doing a little bit more in the community. They should be doing a little bit more. They're not doing hardly anything at all. I understand they're helping the homeless and they're feeding the community, but there needs to be more. The Christian church needs to come together, and they need to plan out how can we clean up our community, because our churches are right there in the community. How can we do better? How can we do better in our community? We need to hold the men accountable. I'm sorry, we have to hold the men accountable, because they're the ones that are not um, getting the community in order. They're not chasing out these gangs out of our community. They're running away into other people's community and forgetting everybody else. We need to hold people accountable, because our children is getting up in this mess of violence, gang shootings, joining gangs, and all that stuff, because they don't have nothing else. There's nothing else in the community. We don't have everything that a normal community has, and they're shutting down schools in Oakland. They're shutting down like 80% of the schools in Oakland. That is a lot of schools they're shutting down. Where are these kids going to go? To San Francisco? Where are they going to, like, the San Francisco is on the other side of Oakland. Like, it doesn't make any sense, unless they're going to go to somewhere in Berkeley. But we need to figure out, how can we turn this community around? How can we are able to form a relationship and coming together as a people? That's one thing. Because when I go through these communities, I see a lot of homelessness. I see mothers walking down the street with their kids, and I don't see the father as much. And that brings back to the relationship in the community. We need to hold the men accountable for their actions. The men, if they are having sex with these women, they need to marry them. There is no excuse. If you get in the bed with the woman and you feeding her all these fantasies, talk about marrying her and having the children, you need to stand by that. They need to stand by that. That doesn't make any sense why you want to get the woman pregnant and leaving her with several kids. That needs to stop. Like back in the day, men married the woman they got them pregnant, even though they did not have the same feeling from the woman. They did not love the woman. They married her anyway because they feel that's the right thing to do. They're creating a family. There is no family structure going on in the community, and this is why everybody's being taken advantage of. It is a mindset. We can always say it's a mindset, but how we need to figure out how we can change this mindset. And it's through the next generation. We need to teach our kids what it means to have a good relationship and be in balance, because if we're not balanced and we're not loving one another, then the community is going to stay the same, because we're being influenced by hip hop, we're getting influenced by a lot of negative things like gang movies. That shit gotta go. Hip hop is destroying the community. And I said this before. Hip hop, if you guys know about hip hop, because I'm pretty sure you guys looked at it throughout the generation, how hip hop affects the mindset. It's poison. It's poisoning the next generation, and we're not doing anything to stop that, because kids follow in their parents' footsteps. So if they're going around calling women bitches, hoes, women calling men tricks, and deadbeat dads and all that stuff, there is no relationship in that. And it's just a bunch of dysfunction going down in the community. And nobody knows how to form a good relationship with each other. We need to bring back family structure like it was in the 50s and the 60s. Because when we were segregated, we had a strong sense of family. We had a strong sense of community. We don't have that anymore, because we let that go, and we need to bring it back. And we need to call out these record companies. We need to protest and say, we're not listening to your music anymore. Because if you guys see what is going on in the music genre, you don't hear R&B singers talking about, I want to love you down. I want to love you down. Ooh. We're not talking about marrying each other. We're not talking about you're the one. We're not talking about, there goes my baby. We're not hearing that anymore. All we hearing from R&B, these R&B dramas are trying to join hip hop. You see what's going on with Janelle Monáe. I'm pretty sure you guys hear about that, how she's exposing herself to everybody. Because when Janelle Monáe first came out, she wasn't like that. She wore a suit, and her hair was always nice and neat. And she was very clean in that genre. But if you see her now, she's a whole nother person. Like we can't have our minds being poisoned by these artists that are not choosing to be different. This is why we're going in circles and we're not going anywhere. Our minds are not expanding. We have to see through the BS of what is going on in the community. Hip hop has to go. Hip hop has to go, because when hip hop first started, it told a story about the rapper's life and how they became who they are. Have you ever heard the song Back in the Day? Back in the day, when I was a kid, I was a kid anymore. Some days I wish I was a kid again. I love that song because it told a story of a man, how and his childhood, and how great his childhood was back then. Now we are hearing like, fuck this nigga, I'm gonna shoot this nigga. Fuck this bitch, I'm gonna fuck this bitch. You hear all that. And I'm just like, oh my God, what happened to us as a people? We back in the day, like, because I grew up in the 90s. I was a kid in the 90s, okay? I grew up on Motown. I grew up on pop culture. I ended up hearing different genres of black people like Darius Ruckus. I love his song, This Is My World. This is who I am. And I'm not going to give up myself. Like I always hear black people in different genres other than hip hop and R&B because it makes us unique. It makes us different. But we're trying to group ourselves now. We're trying to group ourselves into one genre, and it is not working for us. It's really not. Yes, they buy the tickets to the concerts and the music. It is not the type of music that and the type of concerts that we should be going to, because if you go now, the people are fighting in these concerts. It's not a friendly concert anymore. People are bringing guns. They're shooting people. It's just ridiculous. So yeah. So who is this gentleman right here in the bottom? Do you want to talk?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry about that. I just came on Deontay. Um, Thank you. I just wanted to say, I think that in the future, not the too distant future,
Mm-hmm.
black people are going to look at our community from 1980 to 2030. They're going to look at that 50-year span, and they're going to laugh at it. They're going to think that it was terrible, and they're going to study it and make sure it never happens again. Because what happened between the 80s till now, and I think that we're going to deal with this for the rest of this decade. But people are becoming more conscious, and I'm not saying like Hotep conscious. I'm just saying the average black person is becoming aware that this is some bullshit in our community now, right? I mean, there's no other way to put it.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, like I mean, it's crazy. You got these men out here having all these kids, don't want to take care of them. You got
Mm-hmm.
these ratchet women out here showing their body off all on TV, like
Working
what you
in the
said
middle
about.
of the street.
Yeah, and it's just you just pushing this. It's ignorance, and there's no excuse for it anymore. Like there's no more. I mean, there's just no excuse. And the younger generations, they just keep getting worse
Yeah.
every decade, and eventually we're going to have a capitulation that's going to happen. And I think that the kids that are being born in the early 2000s and 2010s, their generation is going to be the one that's going to, how should I say, get clocked on the head by the rest of us. Because like one of these generations have to be the one where, okay, this is the end of this nonsense. The adults need to take over the community because the kids run it. And one of the biggest problems I see especially with rappers and entertainers in our community is that they get a lot of money when they're really young. I don't care if they're playing basketball, football, baseball, rapping, acting, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And their parents and their elders never seen money like that in their life. So they
Mm-hmm.
are letting these 18 to 25-year-old ignorant kids basically run their families. And that has turned into running the entire community by a certain type of culture that's been set up. And then, the industry's perpetuated by putting it on TV, radio, movies, music, and everything like that. But I just want to say one more thing. There are over 1 million black people in this country who are millionaires. And of all the black people who are millionaires, less than 10% of them are actually athletes and entertainers. So the vast majority of rich black people in this country aren't even in that lane like that. So we need to find a way to get them to help start educating the rest of us of outside of thinking the only way we can make money is either hitting the lottery, becoming a rapper, actor, or selling dope and drugs.
That's the and I have to say that's through rap and hood movies to be exact, because they're pushing that narrative that if you sell drugs, you can make all this money. And no, like, let me tell you something. Back in my day, when we was growing up, our teacher asked us, what do you want to be? oh, I want to be a flight attendant. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a lawyer. I want to be a teacher. You don't hear that anymore. You hear kids saying that, oh, I want to be a rapper. That's all you hear nowadays. It's like, okay, do you want to expand other options besides being a rapper? Because as a teacher, you gotta push your kids a little more to think harder. Like, okay, what if what is the second thing you want to do? What is the second thing that you want to do in case your rap career doesn't go the way you wanted it to go? You see what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's just that we need to expand the minds of our children a little bit more, because the school system's not going to do it. Us as parents, we need to take the time and sit down with our kids and expand their minds a little bit more, have them think and think for the future. We can't just go around thinking that, oh, our school systems are helping our kids. They're expanding their minds. No, they're not. Somebody says Miley Cyrus was completely naked in a music video long before Cardi B. But okay, yeah, Miley Cyrus does have that sexual vibe to her. But how many white women do you see that are doing the same thing as Miley Cyrus? You don't see too many white women in front of a camera doing all that stuff, because their community is not going to allow it. The community is not going to let them to allow these people to embarrass them. So
Look, we've adopted a lot of the problems that we have in our community, especially the sicker, perverted things. We adopted from the American European society. They were into this long before we came along. What the Romans and Greeks was into, the Europeans were into it, and now they just bringing it over here. I mean, yeah, Miley Cyrus was crazy, was doing her thing. So was Madonna back in the '80s, and even before. It's they always had sexual perversions. We adopted it because this is all we know. That's why if you go to an average black person, especially down south, and you ask them where they from, and they say, I'm from Georgia, and you say, no, where you from before then? Like, because you ask a white person, they say, I'm from Ireland, my people from England, or my people from Italy. You ask a black person, they get pissed that you ask them, I'm American. Like, I know black people who will fight you to tell you that they're more American than a white person is, because we don't have nothing else to identify with. So all of this sexual perversion and stuff that we just running with, we didn't create this, but it is something that we have to deal with.
Yeah, but as a community, we need to start thinking now, or else there's nothing, there's not gonna be nothing else for us to identify as, because as you can see, AI is gonna be on the rise pretty soon, right? And it's gonna take over the jobs of fast food, and other places that black people are usually there, taking over those businesses. And if AI takes over, a lot of black people are going to be in trouble. And this is why we need to have our own businesses, our own stuff, so we can stay employed. Because these white people, they want to use robots in their company now. What year is going to be? It's going to be in the near 2050. We're not going to have a network as a black people. We're not. We're going to be dirt poor. We're not going to be able to own houses and all that stuff, because there's no money coming in our homes. So my thing is, as a black people, if we're getting reparations, Well, in the state of California, I don't know about everywhere else. What are we going to help other black people establish businesses, own land, so we can grow our own crops, so we don't have to go to the grocery store and buy expensive food? We're going to own our own farms. Like, what's going on here? Like, what's the plan? Because AI is going to take over.
I think that the biggest problem that we're going to have, and that we've been seeing already in this country, is that black people are afraid to think outside of America. For the majority, right? Generally, most black people don't want to think about that. If we were to pool our money together, get our own land, that we buy a big chunk of land, create our own cities, our own communities, damn near create a whole state that's just all black people. The United States government and other private families and organizations would not let that happen. Nobody would let a group build a small empire inside of their empire and then let it grow. That's the same as cancer to them. You know, that's why they destroyed the Black Wall Streets back in the day, because they saw what was going on. They didn't want them to start spreading, and now all of a sudden, all of Oklahoma and all of Texas is being ran by black people, and they don't want that to happen. So, one, I think if we get reparations, I think now is a great time to give black people reparations if I was white people, because I think that majority of us just spend it all. But I think that our answer is not in America. We can still be here by the millions or whatever, but I'm saying that our answer is really going to be in Africa. Like, once we have a connection.
I'd rather stay here. Listen.
I'm not saying you have to go.
Look, my homeland is here. My ancestors been here for thousands of years before the Europeans or anybody else. I ain't going nowhere. If I have to fight the government to keep my city afloat, then I'm going to have to fight the government. I'm not running away.
It's not running away. It's building a power base. Because think about it, the Native American
power base here. We need to start fighting against the government. We have to learn from what happened to the past, so we don't have to repeat it in the future. Understand?
Yeah. Why
like,
would
I'm not going?
we need to go to Africa though? Why would we need to go to Africa though?
We are out.
Their structure is corrupt, and they have proven that they cannot run their own black run government. Why would we go over there and then be a part of that whole corruption over there, when we can just as soon do, or just as well do it from over here? There's plenty of land to buy. I thought about this a couple months ago. Why is it that we have rich black people in this country and we can't get one black person to start a black town? Why can't we get anybody to do that? I know of this. It was like a group of people that started a black community here in not here, but in Georgia, I think it was.
It's in Atlanta, yeah,
or something like that. Why is it that we can't get more black people to expand the land that's connected to that land?
There's plenty of land in the Midwest,
right? Or Midwest or wherever. Why can't we get a group of black millionaires to buy some land so that we can have our own section?
The people who own this land won't sell it to black people, especially for those reasons. You remember what happened with Oprah? She tried to open up 2 schools here in the 80s and 90s, and they said no. And so she had to go to Africa and open hers. Then she tried to buy a private home in Bermuda Islands. Just these islands down there were just rich people, and she was richer than some of the people on the island. But she had the money. They did not. They vote who they let in or out, right? They did not let her in. They just didn't want her there. They're not going to.
Look.
No, I'm just saying they're not going to let.
Land. This is our land. We've been here before them.
Yeah, but
They,
you're dealing with a savage.
the towns that they destroy, that's ours. The town, they took our possessions, they killed our people. I don't want to hear no more excuses. They owe us this land. And
No,
as
I agree with you.
this is what we messed up. And when we was talking about reparations, we're not talking about land. We need to let them, we need to demand that they give us land. We don't need to ask them. We needed to demand because
Because that's when you demand, there has to be a or what though. Like they're not just going to give you something of that significance just because they took it from you or just because you asked for it. They
Right.
don't. They obviously don't feel sorry for what they did. You,
Yeah.
they didn't give. They gave reparations to Native Americans, but they didn't give them their land back. They still built on it. You have to give them an or what. We don't have any power against these people, and we live in the middle of their empire. You see what I'm saying?
here's the thing. How do we gain power? Because that's the question. We can't sit here and feel sorry for ourselves for the rest of our lives. This is how feeling sorry for ourselves is the reason why we're in a position today.
Yes, the
We
gaining power is going to cost.
we need to gain power whether they like it or not.
Gaining power is going to cost us. Is going to have. We're going to have to do something that I was just speaking about, and it's a reason why we have to have a power base outside of America. Because you saw what happened when the black people and even white people were tripping on the Chinese Americans when the pandemic happened. They were like, especially down in Florida, they were like beating on them, tearing down their stores, blaming Chinese people for the pandemic. President Xi of China called not Barack, called Joe Biden and said, "Listen, y'all up here attacking our people." And he didn't just mean Chinese-born Americans who went to America. He also meant Chinese people who were born in America and American citizens and never been to China before. He still counts them as his people, as he should. He said, "If y'all don't come up with some way to stop this from happening, we're gonna have a big ass problem." So what did Biden do? He came up. No, because there was someone outside of America that had something of importance that America needed that threatened the United States for the treatment of their citizens.
But we don't have that.
That's what I mean with Africa. But Africa is the number one.
What do you mean? Africa is not related to us in any way.
But what I mean is Africa is the number one resource piece of land on the planet. I mean, they go for it for everything.
But guess who's running those resources down there? It's not the Africans. It's the Chinese.
Right.
The Chinese who came in and became a lesser of two evils. When the black people in Africa who are in power saw the Chinese come in and they said, "This is what we're gonna do for you over what the Europeans have been doing for you," they start kicking out Europeans and inviting in the Chinese. They need some help down there with their structure, financially and everything. We need to build relationships with them. Now, this is not something that's going to happen on the grassroots level, though, honestly. So it's not nothing that this is something that has to be done at a higher level.
We need
people with the means too, because we got black people in this country who got money, who just cool in the position that they're in, and that's whatever. But they don't care about the rest of us. But I'm saying that for us to have over 2 billion people on this planet combined, and for all of us to have an attachment to the most resourced and richest country or land in the world, that would be the nightmare of China and America, is if Africa became a power and became attached to the Africans in the United States. It would be overnight, we would become the number one people in this world, like in less than a decade. And no wars would need to be had. I mean, it'd probably be a couple of little mini battles because they wouldn't like it. But you see how China took over Africa and took over the U.S. dollar without going to war.
You know what?
We can do the same thing.
You know what? I volunteer to be. I volunteer to be the president because I'll run it, and we would be a rich nation if they let women run it. We women know just what to do. If we left men in charge, and they left men in charge in Africa, because they're in charge right now, and they're running a foul program, a wave foul program. Okay, Why y'all won't let women decide some of these things? Maybe we might come out better. Maybe we might fare better.
Mm-hmm.
Never know. But I'm telling you, if you want to try to give it a shot and you want to have the power and the organization and the compassion and all of the things needed to run a nation of people, why not give the women a shot to do it? Because I'm telling you right now, they run it in the black men in charge in Africa are running it in the ground. So
Here's the thing. Like, it would be the hell will freeze over cold ice before that happened in Africa, because they're like, Africa don't even have their shit together. They letting the Chinese do whatever they want on that land.
my point exactly. My point exactly. So
No black people, no black people has this shit. This is the equivalent. We are doing an international equivalent of I'm a gambler, and I'm pointing at you, talking about you because you are alcoholic, and you pointing at her because she a heroin addict and she on heroin, and then she pointing at me talking about some boy he a gambler. You see what I'm saying? No black people in this country or in this world have they shit together. Not the Africans, not the African Americans, not the Caribbeans, not the European Africans. Like none of us do.
I wish we stopped calling ourselves African American. We're not from Africa. We're not.
right.
We are native to this country. We're the originals. We're the original inhabitant of this land. It's called Turtle Island.
But black people are the original inhabitants of the entire planet, though. So at one point, we were everywhere. Yeah.
We're everywhere. That's why I said we need to stop calling ourselves African, because one, the name African comes from a European man. I don't trace my genealogy back to
African. You talk, yeah.
I don't trace my genealogy back to a white man.
It didn't come from him. That's not. But no, we don't. Nobody. The oldest skeleton ever found on Earth was Lucy. They found her in Ethiopia, over 200,000 years old. Every woman on the planet shares her mitochondrial DNA. She was obviously African.
A woman here in America.
Yeah, no, I'm all over because Africans were everywhere on this planet. At one point, there was nobody but black people. You could just call them earthlies if you don't want to call them African. But I'm saying that I do understand what you're saying. There was a groups of black people who were in Africa, Europe, Australia, America, all over the place before slaves came. But they did bring slaves from Africa, though.
We can't keep doing the same thing we've been doing. What we've been doing is letting you men run these countries. And we haven't gotten out of the garbage or the shithole we've been in. Okay? So we need to do something different. And something different is maybe us women should make those kind of decisions. Maybe we should be at the table instead of not being at the table. Because am I wrong? Am I right? Are the men running the countries into the shithole in Africa or not? Am I right?
You're right.
Okay, and all of those men are HR.
What do you have to say on this topic?
What about women running the country?
No. I have to. I'm talking to Alexander because he just came.
Oh, okay.
I want to hear him talk.
I would say, I agree that the hip hop culture has to go, and also I agree that the culture needs to be fixed, which means the black male worshipers like Shay Sade and them, they have to tell the truth about black women being unalived in the black community. They have to tell the truth about black women being SA'd, not just black women, but also black girls as well. But they ain't going to do it. They ain't going to do it. So how are we going to fix the black culture when the very women, who wants to blame black women for everything, do not want to call out situations in when black women are being unalived.
Are you creative? I'm sorry. Let me talk to this young lady right here. Are you Creative Solutions?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no! I'm Heathen Queen.
Okay, Heathen Queen. It's like what Heathen Queen says. If the men allow the woman to take over, we can switch the communities into like a 180 real quick overnight.
Right.
It's gonna take a while, but we can switch it up and get things done.
Like if you gave us some money, you gave us like unlimited money, and then we had a little bit of political power. Oh man, there'd be some changes quick in this country. There'd be some changes quick if we could we could get our own land, or we could it would just be a lot of change here, because I just see us mired down in the same thing, and they don't want to change the status quo. Everybody wants it to be the same thing, and thinking we're going to get ahead, but we keep staying on the same rat wheel, and nobody wants to say, hey, let's do something completely different from what we're doing. Okay, great. I say, let's give women a shot. Maybe we can do it. Maybe we can't. But we ain't doing better. We can't do no worse than what they doing. What our men are doing, we can't do no worse than that.
Yes, here's the thing. Black women, we're number one in education. We get our degrees. We're like the CEOs in the business, okay? So if we know how to run a business, we can turn this community around.
Right.
Like, really, we can change it around. But first, we have to get the root cause. We have to get rid of the root cause of the problem first.
Right.
We have to get rid of hip hop. We need to get rid of hood movies. We need to stop making that. That is like one of the number one dangers in our community. We also need to get rid of the gangs in our community.
We need to educate our people. We need to bring a level of education to our people. You have to have a high school diploma. You have to do that. We need to make standards and rules for all of the people, not just the ones that can make it out. We need to reach back and grab those people that need education, that need help reading a book, or need help raising a child, or need help doing this. We need to start with, you're only as good as your weakest link. You're only as strong as your weakest link. And if our weakest link don't know how to read, write, spell, or take care of anything, or do anything, then we're weak. We're a weak race. We have to make our weakest people stronger than what they are. Okay, we keep leaving the community because we have money, and we keep leaving the community, but we're leaving an underbelly of people who don't know how to read, write, keep getting pregnant, keep getting this, keep going to jail. We need to get those people and make those people have a level of we need to have a level of comprehension, a level of education. We need to do that.
You can't get laid said. Did y'all see the video I did of the sister being assaulted and almost eaten alive by a dusty? What?
What?
Wait a minute.
Wait, where is that at? What did I hear?
Wait a minute. That didn't circle around in the YouTube community. What? Oh goodness. Who just came up? Is it A Lady?
Hi everybody. Yes, this is A Lady. How are you?
Good. How you doing, A Lady? What do you want to say?
Hello.
I'm doing good. Hi, Heathen Queen, and everybody else on the panel. So I don't think this is what You Can't Get Late is referring to, but I do recall a young woman who went, I think it was last year or year before, she went into a store, tried to buy some wine. Someone offered to buy it for her. She said, no, thank you, very politely. And he and his gang attacked her outside the store and did bite her face, almost causing her to lose her eye. So I don't know if that's what she's talking about, but if that's a second thing, that's just, it's disgusting. And great topic. But I did want to,
Animalistic.
it
What?
is. They're doing some very, crazy things out here. So we all have to be very, very careful. So about this thing about, Heathen Queen, you are right on target. How we turn our community around is stop having children that are going to be born into poverty. That is, the bottom line. It seems like we're not going to be able to make these men marry these women who have children with them. I don't even know if that's the solution. We have to stop being so promiscuous, start protecting ourselves, not only from pregnancy, but from, STDs, which are crazy on the rise also. So there are a lot of things. And then I just want to say my position on what Cynthia G says. She says, stop having Black boys. I would take that even further and saying, stop having children, stop birthing children into poverty, period.
Absolutely. I would say that would be the first thing. I understand people are going to have I had this discussion the other day. I said, how many children is too many children? And I kept hearing from all the Black people, as many as you want, as many as you want. And I was like, therein lies the problem right there. Even though it would be very controversial, if I was in charge, I'd say you can't have more than 2 kids. Let's start with that. You can have kids.
One is enough.
You can have kids, but you just can't have a whole house full. And maybe that'll help us. I don't know. We don't know what that problem is. It would have to take more brainstorming in order to find out what is the problem. But I do know we have gotten way off the track with nudity in public, with the rap music, the degeneracy that we see the men do and some of the women do. We have gotten way off track, and we want to be in a different space. How do we get into a different space, or at least try to help the generations that come behind us? How do we put them in a position to get into a different space? Because I was just making a video about this. The last 2 years, and I don't know whether anybody feels like this or not, and I hate to say it, but the world has gotten worse since that Kevin Samuels opened up his mouth. The dating world has gotten worse, or men and women relations have gotten worse.
I agree with that.
Kim Lee say younger generation of Black women is on the child-free train. You should see Korea. They're like, if you go watch a video or go read an article on Korea, women are not having children. Period. They're like on this child-free train campaign over there. Don't want to mate with the men because how they are being treated in Korea. Like,
so how do we? So, but here's the thing: how do we get our women to say, "I think I don't want to have a child right now"? How do we get them to think along those lines, like the Korean ladies do? How do we get them to start thinking that now is not the time to have kids?
We have to change the culture.
Right.
Yeah, the culture has to change. She's right.
It has to. There was a woman, I'm going to mess her name up, Dolores. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, who was against. She was trying to change the culture. She saw the culture was going in the wrong direction with the hip hop music and all of that. And so now we are here. We're here where pimps and hoes are glorified, where a person with a 9-to-5 is denigrated. It has to go by one person. But I do want to go back to the Cynthia G thing, because this thing pisses me off. Yeah. I know for a fact she started saying abort all Black boys because she was being harassed by Black men. And the point she was making was, why continue to give birth to the people who cause us more death than anybody else in this world. Black men cause Black women more problems, death, won't marry the people who they impregnate
Right.
more than anybody else. Our greatest the harm comes to Black women no greater than through Black men. So she was being a little facetious with that, but what I said to her, and was off of her way of thinking, I guess. I said, why why stop giving birth to Black boys, but then continue to give birth to Black women who will be out here without partners or whatever it is that they might want to have. So what I'm saying is, stop giving birth if you don't have a plan for these children you're bringing into this world. I mean, women, just close your legs. Already tried to dry up the welfare system. It's not like you're going to go out there, get a house, get welfare, get stamps, and everything's going to be pretty and perfect for you because you have a kid. That's all like gone.
Right.
If there's anything left, you got to be really slick to get it. And that's not a way to bring children into the world. So I just wanted to say that. I want to jump down because I got stuff to do, but I'll be listening, you guys.
Okay.
All right.
So what does someone think of? So we wouldn't be in a position to say to the government, can we get a ban? Can we get some kind of thing like China did, where they said you can only have 2 kids or 1 kid? Would that be too controversial?
I think some people might have a problem with that. I think it should be people's choice, how many children they choose to have. But for Black people, like, I think we should only have one,
Right. Right.
because having too many is it's too much chaos in our community, and especially for a single mother who has her hands full with her job and a family. Like, she can't raise all them kids, so she has to have at least one kid.
Right. Right.
Hmm.
I mean, we have to somehow we have to control the. See, now we have an even worse problem. Why? Because we have the abortion laws in place. Now people can't go and get an abortion. They can't go and do that. So therefore they're going to just have children. So once they just decide, well, we're just going to have children, don't you think we might have even more children? That there might be even more single parents out here?
I
Because,
think so, but if that's going to happen, the government needs to get these men to be more responsible. Either make a law for these men to marry these women, or for them to pay child support.
see, because I think it's going to take something drastic
Yeah,
in order for us to turn around. I think it's going to take something drastic. I don't know what, but something drastic needs to occur because the direction we're going, it's not working. It just is not working. And so we need to do something different, something way far. So, see, people don't want to change unless you force them to change. So can we force people to change? And how would we force people to change? Okay.
they
That's
try to hold on a second. Creative solution. They're trying to ban birth control. They're
what?
trying to yeah, they trying to ban that.
Oh man. What track are we on? I don't understand what's going on. What, you want people to keep having babies? You want them to continue to overrun the population, to have the population overrun? Do you want that to happen? Is that what's going on?
Here's the thing. I don't think it's more of a Black person problem, because I don't think this was for Black people. I think it's more for white people because their population is shrinking.
Right?
So I think that's why they want to ban abortion and birth control and other methods, because they want to bring their population back up. It's not for us.
It's not for yeah, but
It affected us,
it's
but
going to affect us a lot. Okay.
yeah.
It's going to affect us a lot because we're not stopping getting pregnant now. So, and we weren't stopping before. It was the white
Mhm.
women who had the choice for the birth control. Now, the ones of us that were using birth control, if they ban birth control, now we can't use birth control. So therefore, that the ones who were using birth control, and if they ban birth control, are going to start to get pregnant. And the people who were getting pregnant and wasn't using birth control, they're going to get pregnant. So even more pregnancy is going to happen in the Black community. That's the problem. So what do we do to say, hey, only have one kid? Try to have only one kid. Okay? But that's the thing. The women can't be the only ones on board with this. The women can't be the only ones on board. It has to be the guys. The guys have to be on board too. And they so upset that women were having abortions that they can't even see straight. They can't even see the destruction that is coming.
Here's the thing, like these guys, they're talking about banning abortion when they were all for it. They go out and they even pay for their girlfriends to get abortions.
Right.
Like, but now they're going against their own interests.
She said, I think automatic vasectomy if you have 2 kids you don't support. Jesus, do you know what kind of headache we would have if they did put that in place? But then again, I think we need to do something drastic. Otherwise, we're going to have issues. There's going to be problems. There's going to be even more problems.
Right.
Because we're already circling the drain. The culture is already circling the drain. How do we get control of something? Okay. And abstinence, and the men don't want to be abstinent. The men don't want to stop sleeping with women without condoms on. So what are we gonna do?
They're gonna probably ban those too, the condoms, saying that they're illegal.
You know.
We're trying to, like in California, we're different. We're trying to keep a hold on birth control here. But if they decide to ban birth control, they can ban it here. But just like abortion, we're going to try to keep birth control here.
See, I'm one of those people that every woman at the sound of my voice, we don't have sex for 6 months. No sex for dudes for 6 months. Then maybe we can get control of them. If you don't have but see, we've been asking men to wear condoms and they still ain't been wearing condoms. Okay? Some of them like to trick women into not having condoms on. Okay?
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, we need to teach our kids how to be sexually responsible.
Right.
Like, have sex education, and women need to do better and to choosing their partners, because these little girls and boys, they're getting molested, they're getting raped.
Yeah, but I don't think it's us picking bad partners. Not the whole lot. See, my thought is it is too many of us getting bad partners for it to be a small amount of Pookie and Ray Rays. My thought pattern is it's a whole bunch of Pookie and Ray Rays. There's got to be a whole bunch of Pookie and Ray Rays out there. So my whole thought is the men need to get their Pookies and Ray Rays under control. They need to start educating their Pookies and Ray Rays about the perils and the pitfalls of slinging caca all over the place and getting 3, 4, 5, 10 people pregnant. Okay? It's not a matter of us just picking the wrong guy. It's just too many wrong guys.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't tell me we know what you is if you don't have no job, if you putting your hands and feet on us and you cheating all over. We know you ain't no good guy. But how is it that we always seem to run into the bad guys? All of us always seem to run into the bad guys. Okay? That tells me there's an overabundance of bad guys instead of all of the good guys.
Right. There's all because it is once again they're being influenced by dysfunction, hip hop, and movies. It's all how you were raised. Right. And the women, the mothers, they favor their boys. Right. So they're going to continue favoring their boys, that the boys do wherever they want. And this is why we have fucked up men today.
Right, right.
You know what I mean?
It's just not enough good. It's just not enough good partners or men or what, however you want to look at it. I say, hey, let every woman in the United States, black woman, white woman, whatever, let's tell them you're not getting sex for 6 months unless you know how to act.
I will go longer than that. I will go longer than that. Like, you ain't getting none.
I have men at my door trying to kill me. Okay, let me cut it out. But I'm saying,
it's the truth. Like, I don't want to have sex with a man that don't want to do right. He don't want to do. He don't want to provide or nothing. Don't want to marry me. It's like, what are you here for? Like,
it's like we need to set these groundwork, because we always seem to be running into too many of these men who want to run off when we say we pregnant, run off, and and I'm like, why is it that we running in so many men who want to run off? I don't understand. I mean, you go over into the manosphere and let them tell it. They got the greatest guys walking around on earth. They got the greatest men and fathers in the whole nine.
And
But
in their dreams.
Yet and still we keep running into all these Pookies and Ray Rays. All of us good women running into Pookie and Ray Ray. Not the chicks in the ghetto. Even some of us good women are, the ones that ain't in the ghetto keep running into Pookies and Ray Ray.
Exactly. Like, I'm getting tired of that. We even running in Pookies and Ray Rays in other non-black men. It's like, dude, get out my way.
Right.
Like, get out my way. You're like, I'm not even looking at you. Like, you stopping what I'm doing. Get out my way. If you're not helping, you're in my way.
Right. And it's like, I hate to, it's like, I hate to say, I'm gonna bring the divestors up, the divester ladies. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not like a divester lady. I am a person that says, okay, I will open up my options and I will date, someone that's not black or whatever. I will open my options up. I'm not like a divester. My understanding is the divester people can't stand black men. That's my understanding, is that they hate the black men. I don't hate black men. I'm just disappointed in the black men that I keep running across. Listen, I'm twice as old as you guys, and I still run into Pookies and Ray Rays my age. I shouldn't be running in Pookie and Ray Rays in my age range. They shouldn't even be happening. Just doing degenerate stuff that don't make sense for their age. Living in a hotel, inviting you over, and they live in a hotel. They got a girlfriend, but they over here looking me in the eyeball. They got a wife, but they over here looking me in. Just Pookie and Ray Ray, and they in my age range. That don't make no sense. This don't make sense.
Right. It doesn't make any sense. Go ahead, Creative.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have a story. I remember, so it was my job, right? I went to go see one of my clients. It was our first thing, right? We sat down, and he's supposed to be turning 65. So I'm sitting here asking him all of these questions, right? And I was like, so have you worked in the past like 20 years, or have you qualified for Medicare? And he was like, he was locked up for the past 20 years. And then I said, before that, have you worked? And he said, no, he doesn't have anything on the books when it comes to that. So I was like, okay, I guess you don't qualify. But anyway, so come to find out, he just got out like about like a year or 2 years ago. And some woman, I guess, took him in or something. But he's staying in her nice house, really nice house. And he's like between jobs. He's trying to figure something out. And he was trying to say things, to make me like, maybe he's doing this. So he's talking about, I'm helping the homeless. I'm starting up a foundation for the boys, and knowing damn well he ain't doing nothing.
Yeah. These dudes are coming out of jail, don't have a plan when they get out.
But the women
they want to start dating. Listen, girl. This man wants you to take care of him. Okay?
Nah, it wasn't like that. I was just interviewing him so he could go over his needs for insurance. But I was just like, oh my god, like she housed you already, and you didn't
She
come out of
housed you
jail. Like
already.
what the fuck is this? No, for real. I was just like, oh my god, you gotta be kidding me! If desperation meets despair, like what the hell?
It's like
And
they shouldn't
yeah,
be
and
they
the
shouldn't
black
be
woman who
dating.
housed him, she worked for a college, so she's like a professor.
What?
Yes, girl. Because I
Oh,
was telling him, yeah, I'm going to this college. I took a couple of classes for fashion and design, and I'm planning on going back next year. And he was like, yeah, my wife, she works there. And I'm just sitting here like, oh my
ouch.
god.
Ouch. It's like I don't understand why we can't. Why they? It's like we on level 7 and they on level 3, and they refuse to come up to the level 7.
Well,
I'm
Because they
let
don't
me
want to.
let
You
me
gotta
give you guys
understand.
another story. So this is another household, and this was a Filipino household, I believe. They wasn't Filipino. I think they were Hawaiian. And the daughter was there, and the daughter had her parents living there. Her parents were like elderly, and that's people who I see they're like a little bit older. So while I was there, like the daughter had her boyfriend there living with them, and he was at home, and he was a black guy, and he wasn't working, wasn't doing anything, and he was at home, and the Hawaiian parents was like they don't know why she picked that person or whatever, but oh my god, everywhere. I'm like, what the fuck? I need to get out. I am not
Oh,
going to this
girl.
area again.
Oh, girl.
I
We,
can't
you
escape
know,
it.
we need to teach our daughters to choose better men because they're not getting the best examples from their parents,
right,
their
right.
grandparents. They're not getting any. They're not being taught anything, and they're leading into a direction of picking bad men that makes bad decisions. So
Okay.
we need to teach our girls how to choose better men.
Can I jump in here on that?
Yes, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Thank you. So that is so true. It's not only that, but we have to be better um, friends and helpers to our young ladies and
Right.
our older ladies that are trying to find mates. And I'm saying that
Right.
just as an example. Everybody knows about the Steve Harvey, what's her name, Strawberry situation.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
Cheryl.
Shirley Strawberry, exactly. So I have an
Right.
example. So a friend of mine got set up on a blind date, and it was a doubles kind of cup, date. So she jumped in the back seat with the gentleman that was she was being set up with, and they were riding for a while, having a good time. And he said, "You know what? I really like you. I have to be really honest with you. I've been in prison." And she said, "Oh wow, nobody told me." Her girlfriend, her homegirl, set her up with this guy. And she said, "Well, how long have you been out?" And he looked at his watch and said, "About 14 hours."
Ouch.
So, I mean, to actually set this woman, she was like 21 at the time, to set her up with a person who had been just gotten out of prison that day. They just picked him up. That's not
Oh,
right. But
right.
we have examples of that all over. Why do we throw our young ladies to men, to any man, and make them and that's like supposed to be okay? We sacrifice our girls, and we have to
Right.
stop doing that. We sacrifice each other and ourselves and saying any man is better than no man, and that's just not true.
Here's the thing.
Mm.
Here's the thing.
Can I
Like,
address Keys and Queen's comment
go ahead.
that she said about the investors hate black men? And I just wanted to say, no, well, I'm a swirler. I don't hate black men. I'm just trying to my thing is that black women have to come to a reality at some point that they aren't going to find a man on their level. And if they're going to, like, it looks like the climate that we're in and how black men are de-evolving, not all of them, but the vast majority of them, we're not going to be able to find partners or mates on our level if we don't open up our options. Now, I know that most of us are attracted to black men, because I mean, I'm not going to lie, a lot of black women are egotistical, and we want to be with someone that looks like us. We want to, create a child that looks like us. But if you want to, don't have to go through what this strawberry lady went through, then you have to learn how to separate your physicality, your attractions from your emotions. I mean, don't husband up some guy that's not on your level or just fresh out of prison. Just have sexual relations with him and keep it moving, and then marry a guy on your level. And if that happens to be a man of non-color, or an Asian guy, East Indian, whatever, just make sure that you don't get into the situation that this lady, this strawberry lady, has got into, because you want to get into some problems that you don't want to. It's going to be hard for you to get out of. So we
Right.
have to learn how to, because we're about to take over this world. So we have to learn how to. We gotta like be demystified it about being loyal to black men, because they're not doing what they have to do.
Right, right. I mean, I've only been to like one channel, and she had the same subject that I was interested in, and then I went over there, and then I just heard some. I was just they just frightened me. I was just frightened by what I was listening to. It's somebody named Divester something. I can't even remember, but I went over
Divested
there.
witch.
Divested witch or divested
Yes.
zealous? Who?
Yeah, that was it
Yeah.
right there. That zealous thing. I was like frightened. They had me stunned. I was like, they didn't know I was there. I was just
Well, they're
listening
not.
to them. I was listening to the panel, and I was like, oh my God, there is really black women who really hate black men. I mean,
Yeah.
I really did not believe that. I just thought maybe we had disagreements. But anyway, that's what I meant by divester. I didn't mean a swirler. I know a swirler. You have some respect for black folks and black men, but you just
Yeah.
know they're not on our level. I get
Listen,
that.
here's the thing. I used to
Say she
follow
hated.
Divested Witch until things got out of control and started to get weird. And
Yeah.
it turned into something else where I just had to unsubscribe from that because it just didn't make sense.
I mean, I understood. I was just frightened by that talk. I just did not know that was going. I'm new to the internet. I've been here maybe 6 months at the most, and it's like hearing that kind of stuff. I was like, whoa! I didn't even know that existed.
They said she was the one that put a curse on Kevin Samuels and made him have a heart attack and all. That's just an urban
Wow.
legend going around Black YouTube.
She got that much power,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. But I was saying that we have the same women in my age range have the same issues that you as younger women in 30s and 40s. I'm having the same issue. I was married for 30 years, right? I got married when I was 22. And then my husband died when I was 52. I went out here like a year or two after he died, to test the waters, and I swear to God, I ran into every degenerate my age and older. I did not understand. I thought maybe there was some maturity that came, with men at a certain age, and it was like, I don't believe I'm running into the same garbage that the
Now
younger
a
ladies are
man.
running into.
Can I wanted to talk about this from another side, right? So I feel the same way y'all feel, and I think it depended on their struggle, what they've been through. But I can say from my family standpoint, I remember when my aunt came here from Trinidad, and they didn't really have anywhere to go. So she used to like go to abandoned buildings, and take them over. And she would basically be squatted and she will fix up the place and she would try to, make it a home with her and her 4 kids. And at
Mhm.
the time, her boys would they sometimes they wouldn't have money. So they would go out there and they would like commit crimes or do some like, stuff and come back with money, and she would take it from them, and it got really bad, like, and then it's just a point where one of them is locked up. He's like one of the notorious kings of like Brooklyn, and he's known for like doing part of a gang and all that craziness, so he's locked up for life. And then the other one just came out of prison not too long ago. I mean, he turned his life around, but he was locked up for about 10 years. And then my other cousin was locked up for about 10 years, and he just got out.
That's crazy how all these men just go to jail.
Yeah,
They
but there's
out. Go
it
ahead.
depends on
Sorry.
the backstory. So I understand that, but there's some black men who come from wealthy families and they become degenerates, and I just can't understand that. You don't have no fucking struggle to go, like, why you the way you are. You didn't even go through any type of struggle. What struggle did you go through?
Like
Hey,
T.I.'s son.
hey. Let
T.I.'s
Cynthia
son.
G say it. Let Cynthia G say it. And it's a pathology for our black men. Is she telling the truth or what?
Well, can
Mm.
I ask Heathen Queen a question? Because okay,
Ma'am.
you said that at 52, my condolences that your husband is no longer with us.
Thank you.
But a man at that age, at 52, who's been married for that long, would say, "Look, I'm not going to get married again. I'm
Right.
just going to have fun, make my money, play around." And so I'm like, do you feel as though you wanted to remarry, or is that something that?
I wanted to have a companion. I mean, I wanted to at least have a companion, at least a gentleman on my. Well, let me put it this way: I when I dated the men that I wanted to date, they weren't on my level, or they had a wife, or they had a girlfriend, or
Mm.
all these things, right? It's like,
Mhm.
look, don't look at me and you already involved with other people. That's just dumb. But then when I opened my options up to date other men that weren't black, I found a whole bunch of men on my level that was out there. Plenty of them that's out
But
there.
you were less attracted to them. Is that what it was?
Spiral show. Come on up. I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
Well,
no. I was
well,
I was
it's
just wanted to know what, because I don't understand. I've never been like, okay. My attraction is I like men of non-color mostly. That's my preference.
right.
So I'm trying to understand other black women, like why they don't open their options. Is it because you felt like um, you were more attracted to black men? Is that? I mean, I
Well,
just want to. This
that's
story
my
makes me.
it's my preference. My preference is dark skinned black men. That's what I'm attracted to. Although that's
Oh,
not what's attracted to me.
Sorry, DJ George. Can you pin up the link, please? Yeah, because
Okay, say
people.
again.
mostly
Can you
black
pin up?
dark.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you pin up the link, please?
Oh, you mean the link to so people can get on?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's done.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
thank you.
So that was my preference is dark skinned black men, but I can't. They're not attracted to me. So since they're not attracted to me, I get everything. I get mostly mixed. I get white. I very rarely get a black man unless I actually chase after him. I always get chased by mixed Indian, uh, uh,
But that's the
you name it.
problem. Okay, I made a video like how black women were brainwashed through Hollywood also with the tall, dark, and handsome theory. And it was really, we always say, the standard for men is tall, dark, and handsome, and the standard for women is light skin with blonde hair and blue eyes. And they don't understand that theory came from the J words, I can't say the name, in Hollywood because they were very prejudiced towards them, and they tried to implement themselves in their movies because they owned Hollywood, but they were so anti-Semitic. So they created the narrative that all men are to be tall, dark, and handsome. That's the standard of beauty. So we think that the standard of beauty is the darker our men are, and they have to be tall, 6'1", and all that they're more attractive because we've been brainwashed. But it wasn't talking about black men; they were talking about men back in hot, they would talk about men of non-color who was Semitic. I don't know if I can say that word on the stream, but
Mhm.
it wasn't. So we've gotten brainwashed also and hypnotized by Hollywood, but it
Yeah.
wasn't referring to black men.
Here's the thing: we should never allow black men to degrade our image, anyways, because as women, we should have spoken up a long time ago and just lifted up our own image, because this is why people are saying that, oh, we're less desirable, is because of how black men view us. So we should have never gotten to that point. But as, with that being said, I'm glad that we're trying to change our image around. How However, it's gonna still take a time for people to get used to seeing black women as a love interest, because we're not seen as a love interest in some of these movies. You guys remember how they had a problem with Halle Bailey playing the Little Mermaid? You guys
Right,
remember that, right? They
right,
like how people will give her backlash, saying not my Ariel because she's a black woman. People
right.
don't like it when black women become the standard of beauty, and it's always been that way. There's been a couple of situation where black women have become the love interest and had backlash. So I'll be right back. I have to go downstairs to get something.
Right. It's a matter of being able to, but it's a matter of access too. If white men are if men of non-color or other color or other races or whatever are attracted to black women, it's not like we're going to go out and say, "Hey, we're available over here. Us black women are available and you can come over and try to, talk to us." It's not like we're going to do that, you know what I'm saying? And we're just going to be stuck. I mean,
No, you have
some
to
women
be in
just
their
not natural,
spaces.
huh?
You have to be in their spaces. Like you have to go to places where there are a majority of men of non-color, and go to places stuff that they like going to, or
Right.
like if you were to go, if you liked Asian guys, you need to go to like maybe someplace where Asian people liked frequenting and what Asian people are into. You have to go to events like maybe an anime event or something. It's like you have to frequent. They're not Men of non-color are very subtle when it comes to when they try to tell you they like you. They're not aggressive like black men. They'll say
Hmm.
stuff like, I really liked what you were saying. Would you like to have a cup of coffee or something? They're very subtle. They flirt with you. They give you hints that they like you, but you would never know it.
Hmm.
That's just how they are. You just have to be around them. You have to be
So
in their event.
are we saying that are we saying that we should are we saying that we that hope is being lost for our black men?
I'm not. Hope is
No, I
they
wouldn't
got to
say
have
that.
hope in themselves. Like you can't. Nobody could change a man. First of all, a man ain't gonna listen to a woman. They. If a black man doesn't have hope in himself, if he chooses to give up, then all you could do is have hope in yourself. And we can't degrade our lives and make our lives miserable because they don't want to do right. We have to it's going to be hard because we have from what I see the sisters doing, is like they have an addiction to black skin. It's going to be hard. We have to reprogram our minds. Like the lady was talking about AI and how AI is going to be in the future. We have to reprogram it just like they programming a computer system such as AI. We have to stop believing in them and put more hope in ourselves and not the black man. If y'all can understand what I'm just saying.
I just think it's so far in between someone that would be on the women's level. Like I make over six figures. It's difficult for me to run into somebody that's black, six figures, widow, single, uh, looking for a companion, that kind of thing. I mean, in my age range, I have to look older. I have to look like at 65. I have to look in that range, right? And then is he young? Is he young? Is he young at heart, or is he a young 65, or is he a young 60? Because I do a lot of things. People that are younger than me do. I walk a lot. Go out a lot, go out to dinner a lot by myself. I do all kinds of things, start businesses. I do all kinds of things, and you have to be on that level with me, because I'm not dragging you. I'm not dragging a man. I'm not dragging a man with me. I just can't drag you with me. I don't have the heart to do that. Right. I was
Yeah, and
married
then
for 30 years, and I did the struggle love. I did the love, struggle love. We're broke. We loving each other. We doing the thing. We making money. We doing this, that, and the third. But I've been through that. I don't want to sit and struggle with another man. You know what I mean?
it's just not work. I mean, as a black woman, I can tell you from what I've seen, it is not worth. If you're gonna fall in love just for the idea of love, you just want like a companion, then just don't get married. I mean, just have a companion. Don't make it a legal contract where he gets half of your stuff and you're gonna end up having to take care of him. I mean, if you know black men ain't, a lot of them ain't ish, then accept the fact that look, they don't want to build anything, they don't want to do better, they don't want to make as much money as I do. So the only thing is I'm only going to date a black man, so I might as well just like accept the fact that this guy is not making enough more money than me. Just don't marry him, just like have him there as a warm body and
Oh, but
just
I'm not saying that I'm not attracted to other races. I am. There's plenty of attractive white men. There's plenty of attractive Asian men. I mean, there's plenty of attractive men out there. I'm just saying my preference is a black man. I'm saying that's my preference. But if somebody that comes along that's on my same level, and we decide that we want to have a relationship together, oh, I don't have a problem with that. Not at all. No, not at all. It's just that where am I? I'm older than you all, so my options are limited to who I can. My options are limited. Let's just put it that way.
well,
Okay,
that's not
so
true because you can go to the south of France, you could go to Italy and get a man like and within as soon as you get off the plane. I mean, it's only over here where they have ageism and they have all this sexism and racism is so like prevalent in America. Over in Europe, it's not like that. Like they're not homophobic, they're not sexist, they're not prejudiced, they're not. It's just as ageism stuff is over here.
right.
I haven't. I
I was
don't
gonna,
think it's anywhere else.
I was gonna say, Heathen Queen, you have a lot of options. You're selling yourself really short. Because I be going on these dating apps and I be seeing a lot of men who are in their 50s, 40s, and 50s.
Of
And it
course,
be a
that. But
whole bunch of them.
believe me, when I first got on back into the dating scene, I would have like 5 or 6 dates a week. Believe me, I used to run through them just like that, not sleep with them, run through them as in I'll meet you here and then sit down and converse. It was like a snatch and grab, like a one of those round table dating. You date for 5 minutes and go on to the next person, that kind of thing. So believe me, I was doing that for weeks and weeks and months and months. I'd have like 5, 6 dates a week. And it was like, Jesus, the same guys all over again. White, black, you name it. The same guys. Degenerates. I got a wife. I got a girlfriend. I got a this. I got just off the wall, just nutty stuff. Right? It was like, no, no.
The first question should be like, are you single?
Yeah, and they would lie about that. So it's like I don't even know what to do. These days I didn't gave up for the past 6 months. I guess if I jump back into the pool, I had to deal with the same garbage I had to deal with last year. So I don't know.
The heathen queen, you don't know how good you got it. Like I'm engaged, but I think about it. I'm like, darn, I gotta be with the same person for the rest of my life. I have to wake up to the same person for the rest. I mean, I personally think I also sense that it will be you're in a better position. You experience what it is to be married. And now you make six figures. You have time to travel, have fun, drink pina coladas on the beach. Um, just like men are, I mean, I don't really feel like most men are that smart. So, I mean, you can make your own. I'm just saying that it's not even worth like being to if you've already experienced marriage, like I would be happy if I were in your situation, like
Yeah,
with
but
the
I
house.
have to find you have to look and find somebody that's on the same trajectory as you. Somebody who can travel, somebody who's retired, somebody who doesn't have and this was a biggie for me. I don't have children under the age of 21. So I don't want a man who has children under the age of 21 because therefore his money is going to a kid and my money is going towards us. So if he has kids under 21, I have an issue. Right now, I would be with this one guy and he's a guy of non-color. I would be with him now, but he has a 10-year-old son. I can't do kids and I'm in my 50s and you're in your 60s and you have a 10-year-old son.
Oh,
It's just
That's
no,
crazy.
no, I'm not doing that. Because if something happens, you got to go home and check on the kid. Something happens, you got to get picked up. You got to go home and get. You can't leave the state that you and the child lives in because you're a good father. So you can't leave the state. So you got to be in that particular state. You got to do. You see what I'm saying? That I'm like in a I have to navigate a narrow lane. I have to not deal with the men who have wives because there's a lot of men out on those dating apps that got wives and they're out here looking for girlfriends, right? So I have to navigate that. Then I have to navigate men who like younger women. Then I have to navigate men who have kids under the age of 21. And then I got to navigate guys that make money. It's a very narrow road that I have to work on. As I said, I would be with this one guy now if he didn't have a 10-year-old son, but he has a 10-year-old son, and I can't do that.
yeah, I feel you. I mean, don't do anything you wouldn't feel comfortable doing.
Right. I mean, he makes his houses have been in Architectural Digest. If you know what that magazine is, that means he has showplace houses. He makes way more money than the whole nine. But he has a 10-year-old son. I can't do that. Right.
But look at the benefits of how it would be like if you were to get married and all of that money is going to be going, it's going to be belong to both of you. And well, okay, so I understand because he has a 10-year-old kid. You want the affection. You want to get most of the affection because you deserve it. So I understand.
No, I want to be able to go. I want to be able to go to Europe, or I wanted to be able to go to the Netherlands, or I want to be able to go to Mexico and stay for 2 months and not have to worry about kids at home. He can't do that. You see what I'm saying? He can't do that. I can do that, but he can't do that. See? So it's a very narrow lane out here for women my age. It's a very narrow lane for us. So, but I didn't mean to talk about me. I meant to find out what would someone do? How would we get our culture back on track? What would be the suggestions that could get our culture back on track? I mean, real world suggestions. Does anybody have an answer for that?
Selective breeding.
uh, I can, I can, I can also say, well, some, I agree with you can't get laid, selective breeding, and also stop babying black men and making excuses for them because because when something bad happens to a black woman, they don't come to a black woman's defense. And I know that, there are black men who do, but it's not the majority of them. Is and and I'm saying is we have to end the black male worship. No more worshiping black men. No more saying that black men are superior. No more of that.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, everybody. I'm going to play a snippet from my that I have on video for reparations with Dr. Umar. I'll play it for just a couple minutes and have you guys discuss it. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, hold on one second. Oops, where did it go? You guys can keep talking. Give me about a minute.
And y'all don't forget to support the platform, DJ Torch, and hit the Cash App. Y'all can hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay.
I just walked back in, so oh shoot, I should do a Cash App because I need some support too.
I don't see the Cash App. I don't know where it's at.
Oh, it's $ DJ Torch Music. $ DJ Torch Music.
Here we go, Va. Yeah.
From the Caribbean contributed to the greatness of America. DJ Herc, the father of hip hop, he is of Jamaican origin.
And by the way, you said Dr. Herc started rap. You know he didn't. And Marcus Garvey,
he's the father of hip hop, my brother. He's the father. Recognized, universally recognized. He's the father.
Brown,
he's of Jamaican ancestry.
James
you have
Brown
an issue
is
with
the
Africans.
father of hip hop.
You have
Okay,
an issue with Africans who are not born in America. You are a tribalist and you are part of the division amongst African people.
I actually don't.
You have an issue with Africans not born in America.
What I have an issue with is what's happening right now.
You are part of
the division. What I have an issue right now is with people.
My first reaction is, what the hell is all this about?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I never trusted Umar Johnson, to be honest with you.
Let me see if I can fast forward to a place where they're not arguing.
Slavery, there should be one organized reparations movement. And even if Negroes are still in love with being separate from one another instead of operating as a single race, we should still at least collaborate and communicate with each other so that the white power structures of the world who we're going to for these reparations cannot play the divide and conquer, separate and rule tactic, because there's no collaboration amongst the figures and no collaboration amongst the demands. So for me, I will never agree with any of the movements until we have one organized global reparations movement. I think that would be the most effective and it would be most comprehensive. But to your point, as it relates to the American-African situation, the truth of the matter is African people from the Caribbean contributed to the greatness of America. DJ Herc, the father of hip hop, he is of Jamaican origin. When we go to nationalism, Marcus Garvey, the greatest black organizer of all time, who built the movement from New York City, he was of Jamaican origin. When you look at the Harlem Renaissance, many of the writers and the poets and the actresses of the Harlem Renaissance, they came from across the Caribbean. They came from even from Africa. So my point is, you cannot delineate where Blackness begins and where Blackness ends. Even in the Civil War, many of the soldiers who fought in the Civil War for African people to be free, many of them came from the island of Haiti. They were brought here by the slave masters when they fled Haiti, and many of them ended up in the war. There were even Africans in the Civil War from Africa who were here. So for me, we have to be very careful about this definition of what an American African is, because there are no true demarcations. Just as we contribute to African culture today, African culture contributes to us today. And trying to separate who is Caribbean African versus who is an American African is a slippery slope, because in the transatlantic slave trade, most of our ancestors were taken from Africa to the Caribbean islands. That's where you were broken. And after you were broken, quote unquote, in the Caribbean islands, you were then brought to the colonies. Only about 25% of Africans came directly from Africa to the United States. Most of our ancestors came from the Caribbean islands. Even the vessel that showed up in Jamestown, Virginia on August the 20th, 1619.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there. Does anybody have any comments about this section?
No, I 100% agree with this. And that's the thing where I don't understand, where's the whole disconnect, and people be talking about this foundational black and all this craziness. And I be like, what the hell? Like when my family came here, there was like a whole bunch of islanders here. They had restaurants, they had a whole bunch of things going. Like what he's saying is 100% true. They had like a whole, like they had the West Indian Day parade. They had everything already here. Like, so everything was going already. So I agree with Umar when he says that.
That's true. Because all of our leaders, like if you look at it, Marcus Garvey, that guy, darn, what is his name in the NOI, Louis Farrakhan, all of those guys, they're from the Caribbean. You know, most of them were from the Caribbean. I mean, I can't, he's telling the truth.
Oh,
I'll play a little bit more. I'm going to fast forward to a different spot.
Over 50% of Black immigrants in the country came in after the year 2000. After the Immigration Act, there was a big wave. So
only 3% of American Africans are immigrants. Only 3%. So you're not even dealing with a whole bunch of people. My issue with the reparations piece, and again, that's not my fight. I'm gonna let y'all fight that because that's not important to me at all as a Pan-Africanist. But my issue with reparations, folks, is how we would go out of our way to castigate 3% of African immigrants. 3% of us in this country are African immigrants. They're not as large as these other group of immigrants that are here. But be that as it may, we would go out of our way to castigate that small 3% of our number in this country who immigrated from the Caribbean, Central South America, or Africa, but we say almost nothing about the Latinos who have been raping your civil rights. You say nothing about the LGBTQ who have been raping your civil rights. We don't say anything about the groups who are really responsible for eating from the plate of Black America because we're scared of them. So we don't want to upset the homosexuals. We don't want to upset the women's movement. We don't want to upset the Latinos. So we're going to pick on the African immigrants because they're the only people we're going to get away with by targeting them. Why are you not targeting the real people who have siphoned off of the civil rights movement? Why are we attacking African immigrant brothers and sisters? That's just my position. But again, that's not my fight. I'm going to let y'all have that because as a Pan-Africanist, I wouldn't even waste my time on that.
Let me push back. If you probably not that familiar with me, no one called out the Mejorando La Raza gang among a lot of Hispanics who a lot of times classify as white, even if they are Black. Asian Americans, white women, these ones, the ones who are anti-Black. Of course, the LGBTQ movement, all of those groups get called out. But what has not historically happened in America, we as Black Americans have not called out those who look like us, but oftentimes will work against us all the same, who are Black Americans, freedmen, or FBA, as you would sometimes call American
Clarence Thomas
Africans.
has done more to work.
What do you guys think so far?
I think we've been vocal so far about calling out other groups biting off of us and all that stuff, but that's just recently that we started doing that. I can agree with somewhat what Dr. Umar says when it comes to not calling out enough what other groups when it comes to immigration. I'll call out anybody that is biting off the plate of indigenous people. However, like I think when it comes to like Africans and other people, they come into our communities. No other group that immigrates come into our community. It's Africans and Caribbeans. That's why we have so much beef with them, because they're in our spaces, in our proximity. That's why they're more easier to target than any other immigrant.
Well, I've never had an issue with Caribbean people. I don't know where that's. I don't know any Black American that has a issue with people from the Caribbean. Maybe like people, there's a little bit of a divide when it comes to people from actually from Africa and in the African American community, because you know it's a lot of like African Americans treat them like they're better than them, and they treat us like they're better than us. Because I remember when I was in high school, my best friend is from Liberia, okay, and we were saying something. We was talking, and you know, somebody had. I said something about her, Monrovia, because that's a city in Liberia, and the African American people in the school thought that I was African. And when they found out that, you know, when they thought I was African, they just gave me the cold shoulder. They was treating me differently. They just didn't like me. And then when they found out later that I was American, then they started acting normal. So people from Africa get a lot of flack, and the Africans also give us a lot of flack. So we got to, you know, heal that part,
Yeah.
because you know we're all Black and we really do need each other. We're going
May
to
I?
go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is an interesting topic. I've talked about this several times with multiple people, including friends. So a lot of Black, or I'll say like people that come from Africa or the Caribbean, a lot of them, generally speaking, do not want to be associated with Black Americans. And it's not. I don't think it's because they think that they're. I mean, I guess it kind of would go with it, like think that they're necessarily better on another level, but because there's a lot of negative, things out there in the cloud about Black Americans, and so they don't want to be affiliated with it. And because the cultural differences, believe it or not, because like I mean, the only thing that we have similar is probably our skin color. Like other than that, these are two completely different cultures. Like we're American, we live in the West. These are people that, are a little farther east in some cases. I mean, because Africa is a big continent, so there's all kinds of countries. It's the cultural differences. This conversation between Umar and this gentleman here, I think they both sound stupid. They both sound hype. They both sound insecure about the other ones. And that's kind of a big problem with Black Americans. I understand it because I'm a Black American. I'm not like making a justification for it, but like I understand why there would be like some kind of, maybe I don't want to say self-hatred, that sounds too rough, but like some insecurity or feeling less than because of the history that we have in our country and how things are. However, if we're honest, things, even though they're not 100% perfect here in the States, we the richest Black people in the world are from here. They are here. And I think a lot of, because in the media and because we have social media now, so now everyone in the world's connected. A lot of Black Americans, when they're, maybe complaining or, expressing grievances, other people in other countries, they look at that like, yo, what are you complaining about? Because I'm here, right? I have the same skin color. And if I was there, I would do this without knowing, the history or the backstory or whatever that particular individual has going on. This conversation is stupid. Personally,
I just want to say something. That a lot of people from Africa, and I was told this from an African, and this person was Nigerian. When they come over to this country, when they, like the ones that are from Nigeria or from Liberia, whatever African country, the United States government, when they get in the immigration room, they play them videos about African American people, and they tell them, don't be around these African American people. They're dangerous. Don't trust them. they're genetically like hooligans and thugs and stuff. So they give them they really feed their heads up with a lot of negativity about
Really?
us.
Well, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
That's
Then you know what
that's
that means? That means that the U.S. government isn't as racist as they're definitely prejudiced as all hell, but they're not as racist as we think. Because think about it, they're telling someone that's blacker than me coming in like, "Hey, stay away from them. You want to stay on the straight and narrow." You know, it's like, oh my goodness, that's deep. That is,
Yeah, but it's
I
a
gotta look into
divide
that.
and conquer thing. Like Europe been doing it for years, but it's really, you know, we
I
don't have
don't
to
think it's that,
defeat them.
because I don't know if every Nigerian I know they're born with a PhD. It's ridiculous. I don't know whatever they're doing. They need to keep doing it. Seriously.
I think what is happening is they don't want to see Black people come together and see us thrive, because if they see
Well,
that,
Black Americans and Africans are two different things, though.
Yeah.
Well,
They don't
I
want.
mean, it's not
It
like
wouldn't matter if we
Hold
did.
on, hold on. But we're not even African, just to put it out there. But even if we were to unite with other Black people in the world, so-called Black people, we will our empire will rise again, and they don't want to see that. They don't
Empire. There were several empires in Africa. I think I get what you're saying, but like that's just not. Like that's not feasible. Like it's not. I don't think it's like the tension between other people like of African descent versus people who are literally from Africa, like off the boat. Those are cultural differences. Now there is a problem there, but like it's not about us uniting. Like we're not gonna, because there's so many nations in Africa who have been warring for generations. You know, like even before before colonized, before anything. So it's not. It's
here's what
cultural
I'm
differences.
saying. Here's what I'm saying. If we were to get along and connect with each other, we can thrive in this country. They don't want to see
You
that.
can say that about any people group anywhere. I'm saying that's impossible. That's never going to happen. That's not
we
even
can't
like
stop for a minute so we could put our resources together and like finally have something instead of being a permanent underclass in society.
I think if anything, Black Americans, I would maybe I would maybe promote that. Again, I think division. I think the division that we have in our country, like it's not even about black and white, just all
we
the
can't
different
even
little
come
groups.
together even as a people.
Well, I think, get this, dope people should get together with dope people, regardless of their skin color, regardless of where they come from. If dope people get together, dope people can build dope stuff. If the dusties want to sit in the back, I don't care what color you are. If you dusty, I'm not trying to bang with you. If you trying to get to the bag and you're trying to build something and make society a better place, then that's different. And I think that regardless of my skin color or cultural differences, you know, that's different. Now, in the Black community, I definitely want to see, you know, my Black brothers and sisters thrive and do well, because we're not doing too hot, right? So I do want to see that. But I think getting to that mindset of like, oh, I got to bring everybody with me. I'm not saying leave people in the dust, but like you need to get with people that are on the same wavelength.
I have the same mindset as you.
Yes, regardless of where they come from or anything.
Okay, regardless of their culture. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and but in the division, like what Umar and this young brother here are talking about, like they are so wrapped up because they've made, like, whether it's being Caribbean or Pan-African, whatever the hell he wants to claim he is, he's a Philly nigga at the end of the day. Whatever they want to, like, they're so much of nothing that they have to put their entire identity into those things. And then if the entire group does well, then they're doing well, regardless of what they're personally doing. And if the entire group is doing bad, then that's a justification for why they're doing bad. And people like this, that's the problem. That's the problem with our people. It's not so much the division. And I'm not talking about some Uncle Tom, you know, like, oh, you know, segregate, you know, from the niggas and, you know, just go to the, you know, white massa. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, like, I don't care how you look. I don't care if you're thinking and you're talking nonsense. I'm not trying to bang with you. And the problem with brothers like these two cats, because it's both of them, is they've put so much of themselves into these immutable characteristics that they've not developed personalities. Everything is, oh, my people and my this, because they are nothing. They have nothing.
Here's the thing. Umar was supposed to launch that school like a decade ago.
He was supposed to do a bunch of things.
Yeah, and that school is still have not left off the ground.
Because he's a race hustler. But the thing with Umar is Umar doesn't know that he's a race hustler. Like Al Sharpton and all them, I'm pretty sure they're like, this is a grift. Like they're aware. Umar is dangerous because he actually believes this nonsense, and yet he's a scammer. But he's not even aware that he's a scammer.
May I jump in?
Go ahead.
I thank you. I think it's really important to establish where everyone is coming from, who is making comments, because I have found that people, depending on your background, being it an immigrant, what they call a child of immigrant, ADOS, I think that's important. So if we could go around the panel and let everyone in the audience know who you are and where you're coming from. So, and I mean, like, if you are like not eligible for reparations, you should state that. And you're not eligible if you do not have if you're not a descendant of African or American slave trade. So I am a descendant of African slaves. So can we kind of go around the panel so we can understand who everybody is, please?
Hey, okay, I'll start first. This is my topic. I don't know whether or not I am a descendant of slave. This is why it's important that we revisit the topic of reparation, is because there's some things in history that was left out.
Okay, I don't want to. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. I just kind of want to go around the panel.
But this is my topic, though. So this is why I'm discussing this, and why the reparations should be revisited, so that every single Black person can get it. Because we're just talking about descendant of slaves. We're not talking about every single Black person that should be getting reparations. If we look through history, we all been through racial segregation. Our towns have been burned down and whatnot. They just touched on the topic of slavery, but if we go back and we can talk about reparations a little bit more, Black people as a whole should be getting it.
I just mean, when people go around this panel, if we're going to talk about reparations now, so we'll understand where everybody's coming from. So I understand I'm ADOS. You don't know what you are. What about everybody else in the panel?
So is it?
I'm not ADOS. I don't describe myself as African.
I think what she's saying is,
what is ADOS?
ADOS, descendant of
African descendant of slaves.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was FBA.
Yeah, so I don't describe myself with that. I am an Aborigines. So,
what about everybody else?
Well, I have not done any DNA or family tree research to find out exactly if my descendants either came here after the slave trade or were a part of the slave trade. But I come from 2 Black parents. Well, my father is mulatto. His father was white. North Philadelphia, inner city. That's my background. So I come from 2 Black parents. So to my understanding, I am a descendant of slaves. I don't know for a fact. I personally do not think I'm owed reparations, even if I was.
Well, see, and nobody can just go ahead and just say, I mean,
because the question you ask is pretty much like, oh, if you know for a fact you're a descendant of slaves, then you can have an opinion on it. But if you're not, you can't. Most people don't know.
I don't think that's what you
understand where everybody's coming from. So, do you know if you have a direct connection to like the islands? Are you?
Not at all. No.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Wait,
so will that have an effect? Will that have an effect on my future opinions on the panel?
Absolutely not. I just need to.
So why does it matter if we go around and say what our background is?
See,
it's just
talking about the opinion.
We're talking about.
It sounds like you want
everybody. Let's just do that. I mean, it's not that. It's not that. It's let's just do that. Let's just ID ourselves and then move on from there.
Okay, I'll go next. I was not born here. I was born in Trinidad. So my mother was born in St. Croix, but my family is from Trinidad. They grew up there. So, yes, I grew up in Brooklyn. I mean, I understand the whole struggle. I learned about the history. And I believe that Black Americans should get reparations. And I say that because of Jim Crow. Yeah, that's what I say.
That is interesting, actually. That last bit. Well, what you said, because I'm personally, I'm not against reparations as an idea, but I think that as far as like African slaves, it sounds messed up, but like I think it's been too long, so we kind of missed the mark there. However, when you mention Jim Crow, that is different. That is very interesting, and that's something that could be talked about. Because in my personal opinion, because a lot of the time when we're talking about reparations, and if you say like, oh, I don't think that African slave descendants should get reparations right now, you'll hear like, oh, well, the Holocaust and the Japanese, and it's like, yeah, that's because when that came up, it was done in an effective amount of time. Sadly, our government screwed us, right? And because they were talking about reparations ever since the first Juneteenth, they've been talking about this. I think we missed the mark there, and I think just logically, because the time has gone by, it's kind of like a L you have to take. However, the Jim Crow stuff, now that is a conversation that I would be willing to possibly have. But you would have to also work out the logistics. You have to figure out like kind of like to is it lady
Hey, lady.
a lady, yeah, kind of like to her point, to where it's like, like, are you a descendant, like because who qualifies? Because I would say that anyone, whether you're for or against reparations, you would say like, oh, if anyone's going to get it, it needs to be those that were, I guess, affected, or whose descendants were affected. Now, before, when I've talked about the reparations thing, I gave a 3-generation rule, meaning that if reparations are not given to a group of people by another nation that did them harm, after the 3rd generation, then the time is up, and just it kind of be a social thing to where we're just like, you know what, the time has passed, fuck you, and you go about your business. Jim Crow, I think we're still in that time frame of my own standards. So I think that's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay, Alexander, go ahead.
My dad, he was there during during that time too, and so was my mom. Um, but they and my dad has this thing to say. It's okay if black men want to go ahead and get reparations, but I think and he also said if if black people get reparations, if there will be those who will use it to create a business, but most of them will use it for either rims, Jordans, and all that other stuff. And so he says that at the end of the day, he if black people give reparations, don't be surprised that most black men will use it to buy the stuff I was saying. And it at this point, I would say, you know I would say that, even though my family came from, my father and mother was born during Jim Crow. I think it was the 1960s that they were born into that. And the thing, and you know, m- I would say that reparations, would be good, but it can also, you know, um, and it will help us build what we need. But it's the other black men that we need to watch out for, because the moment they spend on rims and everything else, instead of creating businesses and buying land, that that is now, I don't know if they can do this or not, but he probably will be able they probably will be able um to well, I'm gonna say that you know, I hear black men who says, you know, white women are their reparations, you know. And I'm like, dude, what about the land? What about buying land? I mean, and it's just crazy out here, you know. And I avoid, like, that's why you know, that's why I say that at the end of the day, um, while yes, it's good to have reparations, there will be a different. We also have to watch out for, you know, different things. And that's my opinion.
Okay, well, Alexander, what do you identify as?
Even I would I hadn't. I'm with the other um brother over there. I hadn't done a DNA test yet, but I think I'm ADOS. I wouldn't know yet because I still hadn't taken the DNA test. So
Okay, so I wouldn't do a DNA test. I will go through genealogy because genealogy will tell you who you truly are. A DNA test is like they link you up with other people from other groups, and they just put that together. It's not really a DNA test is really not proven
Yeah,
to
that's
be
that's just
genetic.
your genetic makeup. That's not going to tell you if
Yeah,
you're a descendant of a slave or
yeah,
not.
exactly. So that it's best to go through genealogy so you get your
Wait,
documents.
are you Native American?
I wouldn't say Native American because that's more like people that been here 100 years since this
Hmm.
country was founded. I will say I am Aborigines. My my family been here for over 10,000 years.
Wow. Wait, because I seen a picture of the first indigenous people in California, and they looked like they were black. They
Yeah.
looked pitch black.
Have you ever heard of Khalifa? Queen Khalifa?
Wiz Khalifa? Oh,
Not
Queen Khalifa.
yeah.
Okay, yes, I heard of her.
Yeah, she was the queen of California before California was California.
Oh, she was like the richest woman in LA, I think, right?
Yeah,
North
Okay.
America.
yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, she was really rich. She was
So
loaded.
to go back to reparations, you don't have to buy land if you want to get land as reparations. That can be part of reparations too. And it's just like what late Kim Lee Moon said. Reparation can erase like student debt loans. So reparations don't have to basically be money. It can be anything. So
Yeah.
it don't have to come down to that. You can get reparations as land.
Do you think like because obviously I think like as far as like oh like our reparations owed as far as like I guess like morally and as far as justice is concerned. I mean that's I feel like that's
Yeah,
I
like
know I know
in
I
the
know your
Jim
answer there.
Crow area. Because
Logistically though, if it was
yeah,
played out, do you think it would cause more harm or do you think it would be
Well,
more
before we say that, can I just say, because I don't want a lady to get mad at me. I just want
go
to
ahead.
say what I was.
Go
oh
ahead.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So I don't know if this is FBA, but I claim myself to be FBA because, well, my father, he was born in Northern California, so he is an American, and mi madre, al lado de mis bisabuelas, al lado de mi madre, uh, nacieron la República Dominicana and the city of Santiago. So I would say that I don't know if I'm FBA or not, but there you have it. That's what I'm saying.
All right,
My
okay,
mother
so you said you is your dad like was born actually had descendants that were actually born in America, or he's from another country?
His descendants were all the way, like probably here before the ships, the Columbus ships or whatever, like before.
Yeah. So you qualify for reparations if he was descendants of slaves.
Well, he told me that my great grandparents were actually Native American.
Yeah, they were. There's a high possibility they were. So, but here's the thing. Not a lot of Black folks in this country are going to get reparation, because if they look at their genealogy, they're going to be surprised that there's not going to be any slaves, because
I agree.
Yeah, because like there were free Black people in this country, so we can't act like every single Black person was a slave. That's why Creative Solutions brought up a point about Jim Crow. If you look at 1870 through the 1965, which Jim Crow lasted three or 4 decades, that's a long time. A lot has happened between those years. Like, we were still being lynched as Black people. Our towns were being burned down. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Roseland, the Green District, all the way to us being financially deprived from our rights. So if we bring that up as reparations, every single Black person will get it, because we lived through the Jim Crow era. Well, our parents and great grandparents did. That will have us qualify more for reparations, because our ancestors, their lands were taken.
I mean, I agree. Among other things, I would say, again, I'm still not necessarily all together like, oh yeah, definitely reparations. Check yes.
Okay,
but Jim Crow is the only good argument, I would say. Like if you're gonna get it, that's the only way you're gonna get it. And even with Jim Crow, not everyone's gonna get it. And I think that's what I'm saying. Like, in general, like, what would be the result? Like, if they actually were like, I think it would cause a lot of division, because like, even if you do the Jim Crow thing, not everyone is going to get some kind of whatever it may look like. It could be a check, or tax relief or something, whatever it may be. That is going to cause such a rift in our community, and I personally think we don't need no more rifts. I say we just chalk it.
But here's the thing: was there a rift in this country when they created Jim Crow? Was there a rift?
That is not a justification.
But here's the thing:
I hear you, but
actually, it is a justification.
No, just Jim Crow was bad, but why make things worse? Why make things worse among ourselves? You feel me?
Because this is what we deserve. Our land was taken from us.
But get this, some will get the reparations. However, because I already know how our people are, and not only our people, humans, some getting it and then others not, that would cause that. It's something to consider, I'd say.
But here's the thing: even if some people do get reparations, they can help other people.
If you think that would actually happen, then that is foolish. It's lovely and it's ideal, but that would not happen. And it doesn't matter. Even if all the people that were owed reparations got it and they were generous as hell, there is still going to be jealousy and envy among others. And I think that could cause, honestly, I just now thought of that, like just thinking about it, like as you were describing it, because before I'm anything else, the typical, reparations because of taxes and blah, 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 and my kids and that stuff. I just now thought about the social thing. That would cause a lot of division among our people, even more so than we already have.
So let me get this right. Can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
What you're saying is that because there might be a rift with some people and division between some people, as if we don't have any now, all these Black people should give up their wealth.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's something to consider. Get this, that's just one little piece. I mean, I think like with something like this is a big thing. So it's like, because one, we'd have to, you got to figure out, okay, who is owed something, like who's entitled to it. How will it look like, whether it be a check or some kind of like tax relief or voucher, like what will it look like? How do we get it out to everyone in an efficient amount of time? How will that affect us financially, you know, next year and the year after that? Like, there are things that we do need to consider. Like, even if they give it the okay, if they give it the okay and everyone votes on it and there's a legitimate plan that like makes sense, who am I to argue it? I'm saying, like, just thinking about it, like in theory, like it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, I don't know. Me personally, if I am the descendant of slaves, or if I'm the descendant of someone that was affected by Jim Crow, personally, I mean, if they want to give me something for free, well, thank you. But I'm also not. I'm not waiting around for
It's
it, and
not
I'm not. I
free.
don't feel like I'm
What is
owed it.
his name
Yeah,
again?
and nothing is free. That's another good point.
Why would they be mad though?
Hmm?
Why would they be mad though that we were actually the ones enslaved? Like, what do they have to do with anything?
I guess, like people who maybe wouldn't be entitled to it.
Yeah, like
Because there's a lot of people walking around who think that they're the descendants of slaves and they're not.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah, I get you. Like white people, for example, will say, "Oh,
No, not white people. I'm talking about like other. There are black people walking around who are under the impression that, like, I even said myself, I don't know for a fact. I'm still under the impression that I'm a descendant of slaves. That's just the narrative. That's I'm assuming because I'm a black person in
that's why
America.
you need to get your genealogy."
No, and I'm not saying that anyone first, like realistically, most people aren't going to. And that's kind of another reason why I'm like, you know what? Like, why? Again, if the government is like, oh, we think that reparations are owed and they want to do the research and do the genealogy, well, get this. I'll tell you this. If it's put onto the citizens, like, oh, if you can figure out your genealogy, then you're entitled to reparations. A lot of people are they're gonna go search their stuff. And I'm not saying to not. However, even if I personally, like, I don't think I'm owed it. So I'm kind of like, hey, like, just chalk it, just because like it's a whole bunch of things that go along with it. Like I said, if there's a legitimate plan and like it can work out to where it doesn't like screw over the entire country, and the people who are definitely owed it based off of the situation and the stipulations get it, and no one else, like, you know, gets, like, basically no one else who isn't deserving of it feeds off of it, then I'm for it. I can't argue it. I'm saying just because there's too many variables, and we've been talking about reparations forever. It's an interesting topic, and we could talk about like a better idea would be like, hey, pitch some theories about how it could work. But I don't think I don't think it's ever going to happen, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
Finish?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like it's not going to happen because, like you said, I agree with you. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to be blocking. I'm sorry, you hear my niece in the background. There's going to be a lot of people that's going to be blocking Black Americans from getting this check, because I heard this African guy say, look, I'm going to say that I was a descendant of slave, and I know that his parents are straight from Lagos. So he's saying, I'm just going to write down that I was a descendant of slaves. And a lot of people are going to be doing that who are Black in America.
Well, if they have a genealogy in history here, and other than that,
they can make it up. Anybody could get a piece
but
of it.
You can't make up stuff. You have to prove it.
I agree. I don't think the government, if the government did approve reparations, they would make sure that they are not giving anything to anyone who it does not apply to. They would get this. If it wasn't on us to do the research for us to submit to them, they're going to do the research, because they're not trying to cut no checks or give no relief or no pardons on anything unless it is owed, if they actually ever did pass reparations. However, again, it would still cause a rift, because like, even if you proved it, there are a lot of people, like I'm talking regular day-to-day in the hood Black folk, that are under the impression, oh, I'm Black in America, my ancestors were slaves. And that may not be the case for everybody. When they see their neighbor in the same hood as them get a check because their neighbor just so happens to be a descendant of slaves, that's going to cause a problem.
Yeah,
well, not really. I hate to interrupt, but not really if the neighbors leave. If the check is big enough, why would you stay there?
No, I'm not saying necessarily with I'm saying like just socially there will be unrest. It will cause like it will cause divisions, because yeah, you're right, a lot of people are going to move. And that's just one little tiny piece, and that may not even happen. I'm saying just overall, the only way reparations would count is if Jim Crow, and I think the biggest, strongest argument against that would be the social repercussions of it. So actually, I think maybe my position on reparations maybe changed. I don't think reparations are owed for slavery because I think it's been too long. But with Jim Crow, with research and as it was mentioned before, genealogy being done, I could see it being fair. But they got to get a move on it because the time limit is about to be up, I would say, on it.
Here's the okay, so I'm gonna just go ahead and say something because in California, California residents are asking for reparations. So here it is. California Reparation Task Force voted on Saturday to recommend that the state issue a formal apology for slavery and potentially provide billions of dollars in cash payment. Moving forward as historic efforts to enact remedies and conversation for descendants of African Americans who were enslaved in the U.S. So I guess they did approve reparations in California.
Yeah, because California is full of shit. And I think everyone here knows it. That's a big virtue signal. I don't care if they cut every single nigga there $1 million. They're so full of it. And honestly, even if I thought reparations were owed, I wouldn't want
But
it
I
from
think it's more of like because California, we were not a slave state. But I do want to mention I do want to mention that we did face racism here, but not slavery. But I think this should go to like Washington D.C. for like, if anything, if we're going to talk about slavery, because if anything, it should go to the Supreme Court.
I want to
Yeah,
know
all this stuff
why,
definitely should go to the Supreme Court.
why aren't Black people who were, if we were this, slavery really existed. I'm starting to question the whole thing. Well, slavery did exist, but
Wait,
like
what?
us being brought from Africa. Like she said, she said you were indigenous. Why don't we have dual citizenship in Africa? Like the people, I'm not the J words, they have dual citizenship in Jerusalem because of, like why don't we have dual citizenship? If
We're not a part of their
I think I know the
country.
difference.
Let me
the difference.
Let me talk first because we're really not from Africa. There were like we were like if they tell you that over 1 million Africans were here. There's no proof of slave ships that brought Africans over here into the Americas. There's no proof of that. That's why we're not citizens.
Wait, there's no documentation of slave ships being docked in Virginia or Philly with really
none.
I'm sorry.
You can look it up yourself. That in Africa, Africans say that they never heard the history of slavery. They don't recall Africans being taken from Africa.
Yeah, well, because it's been a little while, so in some places I could maybe see being forgotten, but that's not how humans. We're pretty good at writing.
But I'm
things
pretty
down.
sure they would remember what happened. Nobody
they would remember. Do you remember what happened 800 years ago?
It will be passed down from generation to generation. It will be documented, but it's not. That's why the tribes over there don't.
Okay, so the rest of the world documenting the cross-Atlantic slave trade isn't enough because some people in one place didn't.
There is no documentation. If there was documentation,
there are plenty of U.S. documents that state, and as much as America would love to erase it, we can't. We have written down there. What are you talking about?
If there was, then why can't we name the ships that came over here?
Can't you name the ships? I'm sure you can definitely look up a few ships. Are you insane?
There is no documentation.
Sorry, I don't mean to.
I have to jump in here.
Are you denying the cross-Atlantic slave trade? Are you saying that wasn't a thing?
Well, who's talking?
Natalie, I'm sorry. This is a lady. So there is a whole museum being built around the Clotide, I think. It was the last. Yes, it was the last slave ship that came in, and it was actually illegal. But yeah, there are definitely lots of proof about it. But yeah, the last slave ship is actually parts of it is intact, and there's a whole museum being built around it in the Carolinas, I think. I'm not sure, Virginia or the Carolinas. So
hell, Amistad. How about that? You think Amistad? You think that was a conspiracy? You think that was fake?
I'm not. See, this is what I don't
No,
like
not
when
you.
people change the topics. I'm talking about is it cloak tide? I can't remember. But yeah, sticking to that, there is proof that there were slaves brought to this country. Just commenting on that fact.
No, there's not. There's no documented on there, because why would they need to bring slaves over from Africa if there's already people here that they already conquered?
Because there were more people in Africa who were at a technological disadvantage. What do you mean?
But how would they be able to know
how would they be able to know?
No, let me finish talking. How were they able to know how to till the land here when they've been in Africa? There's a different soils. They're two different soils.
Oh my goodness. The slave owners tell the slaves what to do.
But the slave owners don't, like, if there's already people here that already know the land, they will already know how to do it without the slave owners.
Because it's free, cheap labor. That's why they did it. That's why it was done in the numbers that it was done. That's why it's so egregious.
That's why they enslaved the Aborigines here so that they can use them to grow crops and all that stuff, because
I'm sure they did that too, but they definitely went to Africa to also get human labor.
I don't think it was I don't think it was that many that came here.
You don't think it was that many that came here during the cross-Atlantic slave trade? I strongly disagree, madam. I do.
All you want, like that's you. But I'm just
I think you're in the minority here. I think, like, I don't know if you've ever had just basic history class, but the cross-Atlantic slave trade was one of the biggest blunders. Get this. It was, first off, humans have been treating humans terribly across since we've been a thing, right? But the cross-Atlantic slave trade, that was like the last time, like in a long time, where it was done on the level egregiously, the way that it was done. And you're saying that there's no human documentation of it? We got documentation of literally every single person group on the planet has been enslaved by another at some point. And the last time it was done on crazy levels was the trans. Are you insane? Like, you hear yourself. You're talking about you want reparations, and yet you're sitting here. It sounds like you're denying.
Not every African. That's what I'm saying. Not every African American is going.
Okay,
to get it.
So here in the United States, when we're having a reparations conversation, we're talking about people who were affected by the cross-Atlantic slave trade. So if you're not talking about that, then you're not having the same conversation. Because when we talk about reparations, that's what we're discussing. And even though I disagree with reparations, I'm not going to sit and have a conversation with someone that is sitting here denying the cross-Atlantic slave trade and yet is crying for reparations. Why? Because you're black? That's not why we want reparations.
I'm not crying.
That's not why people want reparations. They want reparations.
Okay, you guys, stop. Everybody stop.
Cute.
It's just the simple reply of I don't agree should be enough. Berating somebody wouldn't be. That's not cool.
Oh, sorry, DJ. I get passionate. I
think you should let him off the panel, because I'm not going to sit here and argue with him if we can't.
Oh no, ma'am. I mean no harm. I love debate. It is literally no ill intent. I could definitely call him.
But I'm not but you can look at the documents and see for yourself that there's not that many slave trades. Because if you look at the Atlantic is too rough to make the voyage.
But if you're claiming that you are Aborigine, right?
Yeah.
And that your people were not brought here as slaves, like you don't claim slavery, what is your argument? Like, how are you going to argue the reparations argument? Like, how are you going to benefit from that financial? I don't know what the argument would be.
Once again, the reason why I'm arguing, because at the end of the day, most Black people are Aborigines, whether you guys want to accept it or not. We had a community in these communities, and these Ku Klux Klan and other white people that spite
Black people, because we've been reclassified. If you guys look through the history, we've been reclassified over and over and over again. Being classified as African American, we have not been called African American, not even like 50 years ago. It's only been over 30 years. African American is a new term. So if you look through history, how we've been reclassified, that should tell you something, that we're not from Africa. Like it should tell you that.
Okay, so let's say we're not from Africa. Either way, the
no.
argument is that reparations would be owed to people who were affected by the slave trade here in the United States. So, based off of what we know,
the slave trades here in America, not brought here.
Okay, so does it matter? Like, Jesus.
I just wanted to tell her that the Ku Klux Klan was actually, it started by a guy by the name of Albert Pike, and he was a Mason, and he created the Ku Klux Klan, and it later became the Scottish Rite in order to keep the slaves in slavery. Like it wasn't really to keep Black people down. It was like to keep them, like when the slaves tried to escape, to bring them back. That's where you get the history of the police. When they tried to escape, the Ku Klux Klan made a deal with the government and said that, okay, well, we're going to make a financial contract that we're going to keep these people enslaved. So they did psychological terror, and they instilled fear in these people so that these people would not escape and would be, perpetual slaves for generations to come. That's what my understanding is, the history of Albert Pike and his KKK thing. But I don't know if anybody knows anything.
Well, that's new to me. But as far as I know through history, most Black people were actually being terrorized by the Ku Klux Klan when slavery was abolished. That's when the whole mess.
But they were there to instill order, because they made the movie The Birth of a Nation that was created by a Klans member, and it was actually the first movie created in America. It was the first movie that was ever created.
It was the first like feature length.
Birth. You talking about the original Birth of a Nation that was created in the 1930s?
Yeah, the original Birth of a Nation. They created the KKK to keep the Black people in control, because the Black people, we reproduce like crazy, and we
still do to this day.
Yeah, when we're not like deleting each other, but we were out birthing them, and plus we were starting to like uprise. We were creating cities and stuff that were flourishing. So the KKK decided to create this organization, and it later on became the police force. Albert Pike, they created, and they put out a propaganda movie called Birth of a Nation, and they were going to keep the slaves in check, and then they want to keep the slaves, the Black people over here, perpetual slaves, and they was going to do it by instilling fear, psychological fear, and artificial intimidation through the Ku Klux Klan.
And it worked, because we still fearing today.
We got a little off the point. What that I think originally was you were making a claim that the slaves in America were already here and not brought over from Africa, correct?
Yes, that's the argument I was trying to.
Okay. I disagree with the statement. So even with that, so let's say that your claim is like the truth. You still agree that some Africans came from, like you do believe that some Africans were brought over for slavery purposes?
Yes.
Just not the majority.
Just not the majority.
Okay. So who is owed the reparations? Both parties, correct?
Both parties should be, but that's only if you went through slavery.
Yeah, okay. Which I think everyone here agrees with. Like if you're a descendant of slaves, like if you're affected or not necessarily affected.
Because this is why I said that I don't know whether or not I should get reparations, because I was not I would not say I was not a descendant of slaves, but I'm not going to say that. because
Wait. Well, you either are or
I
you
still-
aren't. It doesn't matter what you
Most
say.
people that
I
vote
still
will be
I still support it. But if we look through the Jim Crow era, if we look through that and see the history of Black people being terrorized after slavery, then yeah, most that would increase the reparations
Well,
for
Jim Crow and slavery would be two different
different
things.
things. That's why I said after.
Yeah, so that's two different things, and it would be it would be Black people who were affected by Jim Crow, and then
Mhm.
descendants of slaves, and so that doesn't mean that everyone gets a piece of the pie, though. Like, which is why I said, like, even if you were to do the strongest argument for reparations of any kind for the Black community or some of the Black community is Jim Crow. Even with that, I think the social repercussions of that would be really, really, I say we can do without it. It's noble and it's lovely to think about, but I'm like, hey, look, the government didn't give me a check today. They probably not going to give me one tomorrow, and everything is Gucci.
Yeah, but I would have to say, what about the people who are broken? It's not even about the money. I would say it's about the families that were broken, the ideologies that we still have to live with today. I think that right there, you can't really put a price on that, but that's what's really had a detriment in our communities.
That
Is
is
the
something to
is the pain
consider
that
and
we
think
have to
about.
live with through
However,
every
I would say that
generation.
it's
Well, we
been
should be suing the Klan too.
Yeah. But here's the thing, when I was looking at
good luck with
California
that.
reparations, right? I don't know who brought up Tulsa, Oklahoma, but that don't work here in California because there is no Tulsa here, unless I'm being mistaken. But if you talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma, what happened over there, then you need to go to Tulsa, Oklahoma and talk to the representatives over there because that's not going to fly here in California. That has nothing to do with us. And I think
The only thing that I can agree with her is that I actually seen a picture of the first indigenous person in California, and I've never seen it anywhere else after that. But in that person, they claim it was the first indigenous person, had kinky hair and looked Black. And but I've never seen it in other states, just California.
Well, is it about how they looked or is it about the oppression? I think we should focus more on the oppression part instead of like, because like if there were indigenous people in California and they weren't affected by slavery, like okay,
I wouldn't
like,
say
they're not getting
they
a check.
were affected by American slavery because the Spanish, they had California before the United States even brought California into the Union.
Were they slaves?
I would say their slavery was different. They basically They basically had missions that they worked on, and they were forced to convert to Catholicism back then, and they were not allowed to go back to their customs, to their native customs. So
Okay, well, you see, so like stuff like that, and this isn't to downplay it, stuff like that has literally happened so much across, which is another reason why when the reparations conversation comes up, I'm like, if reparations are given right after or soon enough after an event or an offense, then okay, if that's what's I don't see any problem with that. But like if we were to like comb through everything like that, every single people, I'm talking even all of Europe, everybody would be owed some kind of reparation. And at some point, it's like it's like it gets too ridiculous. Now, Jim Crow, that was not that long ago, which is why I say even before, if reparations are given, because the same thing happened with the Jews after the Holocaust, they got reps, but it was taken care of in an efficient amount of time. Is it messed up that with certain groups of people, things weren't settled when they maybe should have been? Yes. But you can't do anything about time that has already passed. So just with that, the reparations thing, if we comb through all of history and be like, well, this group of people, they had darker skin, and did you know that this and that happened? It's like you're gonna find that literally everywhere. Since humans started writing shit down, you're gonna find that everywhere.
So what do you say about the manosphere saying that the woman of non-color is their reparations? What do you have to say about
how does that have to do with okay, what I say to that is that's weird and cringe, and like I would make fun of that guy for saying that. Like that, like, what does that have to do with
Okay, let's pause for 1 second.
Go ahead.
Let's let a lady make her point, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, thank you. So, as far as the whole California piece goes, Bruce's Beach is a great example of African Americans or Black people who are descendants of slaves that owned property in California, and they were basically run out off of their property, run out of the state by the government and white supremacists. So white supremacists started it and the government backed them. They took their property. This is a multi-million-dollar property that the government has just given back to them. And I believe they've sold it back to the government. But the bottom line is this has been replicated all over California, all over the country. So when you say that the Black Wall Street, that doesn't play here, it does, because our property has been taken and it's been backed by the government to do it. And so when you say reparations, it's not going to work, it's too long, and all that crazy stuff like that, there is one thing about this U.S. government, we've kept very good documentation about the property that has been taken from people who were given property, who bought property, and the government backed citizens like the KKK and other whites to take their property. This is what reparations is about. It's about getting back what was taken from us. It's also about 40 acres and a mule, a promise that was made. These are some of the things. And so you always kind of know when, I'm going to give you a cheat code. When people aren't for reparations or they aren't eligible for it, they say things like, what's going to happen if they get it? They're going to misspend it. You know how trifling they are. Those are cheat codes. You always know when people start going there, that's what it's about. It's about the government taking our property and us saying we want our what is owed to us. So,
I'm not against that.
Can I
I'm not against that
piggyback?
at all, sister. I think
I wanted to piggyback on a lady. Okay. So that's why I was talking about after Jim Crow, because even though they abolished slavery, it was still not fair. They still went in and took their land, and they still did those things. So it's not fair. It's not a fair fight. How you gonna abolish and then say we're gonna give you land in this, and then you turn around and you take it back? What they call that, an Indian giver? How you gonna do that? And not only that, during Jim Crow, when all these Black businesses and they were making money, they went and they burned down their businesses, they tortured them, they shot them when they was going to the voting polls, a whole bunch of craziness. And I don't think that's right. I think, yeah, something needs to be said about it. Something needs to be paid out about it. I don't believe that was right. Because if we were in that success of when slavery was abolished and then we all had the right to vote and everybody was getting and voting, if all of that was still going on and there wasn't no backstabbing, there was nobody burning buildings and stuff down, I think we would be in a way better place today. And it wouldn't be the Black community is at what, 15% of all of US. I think it will be very higher than that. So just
I agree
that
with you.
alone, I think yes.
I agree with both of you,
And that's why
maybe
they
I
don't
didn't.
want to pay us.
Maybe I didn't explain myself correctly. I'm saying so, like literally the examples that like a lady just brought up. That's something that like that was not too long ago. We can do the research and like so like it's the kind of thing where people are going to have to complain about it in order for it to happen. So I would say that people are justified in calling for reparation, like whether it be Jim Crow or even the Black Wall Street stuff. And let us not forget, and this is something I found this out and I thought this was so dope. When they burned it down, they literally just rebuilt it and they went about their business and it thrived. The Black community, we started to decline like the 60s, 70s, which is crazy. That was after the civil rights movement, and it's for multiple different reasons. But that's where we really started, because like after slavery, and get this, that's why the KKK rose up. That's why they were so mad. We were doing quite well considering that we had just got out of slavery. Our marriages were up, family life was up, money was up. The first millionaire in the United States was a Black woman. I don't know if anyone knows that.
Yeah, that's why they tore down our cities, because of jealousy. They saw that we were thriving, and that's what
whatever the reason is. What I'm saying is,
don't interrupt, please. We already know how to till the land, and that's how we were able to thrive here. And they wanted to stop it because we were becoming too big for them. So that's why they wanted to stop us. So they just make up stories just to make an excuse of why they attacked these Black
who's they
times.
Who's
like
they?
The clans and other government officials.
I think some government officials definitely, like after, because like there were as I think you might have mentioned this earlier, there were lots of free people of African descent in America at the time. I think sometimes with slavery, because the cross-Atlantic slave trade was so violent and did so much damage, I think sometimes we get lost in like I don't want to say the good, but like how the United States really came together and how it really was at that time. But there were free Blacks, there were Blacks that owned slaves. That doesn't mean anything. That's not
yeah, there were Blacks who owned slaves.
Again, and that's not a point to. That's not like saying like, oh well, so see, it's okay. No, wrong is wrong. Slavery was abolished in our country, and the majority of Black people in America at the time were slaves. So they're free, they're liberated, and of course the South, they salty as shit. So yeah, a lot of stuff came after that, but we were doing good, and we were promised reparations. Now the Jim Crow thing, like I said, like the examples a lady brought up, like as far as like lost property, those are things that like even now I would say, like even by my standards, like and my standard isn't like the standard, but based off of my opinions on reparations, I think we're still within that time limit to where we can do research. And if people push, and take the stuff to the Supreme Court, this is stuff that could be opened up and it would be owed. However, like I said, the social things, I think that would maybe cause some division, but I'm not saying that it's not owed. So with stuff like that now, as far as slavery, I think personally it's gone too far back. They promised a lot of stuff, but I think the time has passed with that. Jim Crow, yeah. Push if the reparations is something that you feel like you're owed, and that you're a descendant of someone that was affected by Jim Crow, or you are someone that was affected by Jim Crow, if you're listening, if this is something that you're concerned about, take it to your officials, like push.
I'd like to ask you about that, sir. So Jim Crow was how many years ago?
What, 60, 50 maybe?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just off the top of my head. I'm trying to think.
So that's a lot of years. So who are you to say? And you're entitled to your own opinion, but a debt owed that is 400 years old versus 60 years, what's the difference? It's still a long time.
Because I'm
still speaking. It's still a debt owed. And just because this government has delayed in paying that debt, you're saying that time should eliminate a wrong. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that time should eliminate a wrong. What I'm saying is if we were by that logic, literally almost every single person all across the world would be owed some kind of reparation, and that it's just not feasible. I think certain things like our history across, this is just like humanity, There are dark things we have done. There have been atrocities. Just look at the 20th century alone. There have been atrocities that have been done literally, like, just all of us to each other, just across the board. And it is not to excuse it, but we write it down and we remember our history. And we write down history and we tell each other about it so that way we don't make the same mistakes again. Now,
So basically,
sometimes
you're a black
rights
that's
can be wrong.
opposed to. So you're basically a black who would be asked if we should get reparations. Your answer would be no, because it's too long, unless you can get reparations because of Jim Crow. That's what I'm hearing.
I said that if the conversation would to be had, I think that the Jim Crow thing is a better justification considering the time frame. But even with that, and I said earlier, whether I be the descendant of slaves or the descendant of someone that was affected by Jim Crow, I personally don't feel like I'm owed. Like I don't feel like I'm owed reparations personally. Like for me. I do understand why some people feel that way about the entirety of the group and our people, though. Whether or not I agree with it or not, I definitely understand the sentiment.
Yeah, slaves were also documented during the slave trade. So basically, whoever was a descendant of slaves will get that reparation, but not everybody. But that doesn't mean that free blacks. That doesn't mean free blacks face discrimination in the North or wherever they
Well,
was. At.
everyone, that's what I was trying to say. Everyone, everywhere has faced some kind of discrimination. So, like, there has to be some kind of cap, like, to some degree.
And did you know that the North also had their own Jim Crow? Nobody knew this, but they also were like they want to be separated from blacks as well.
Okay.
They had their own type of Jim Crow too. Nobody knows about that, but they did.
Nobody knows about it, but you.
I didn't say nobody knows about it. I didn't. If I
You
did,
literally
then
just said
correct it. Well, I correct myself. Some people probably don't know about it, but they did have their own version of the Jim Crow.
Okay.
Because you got to keep in mind that they white people up there were racist too. Don't get it twisted. They were racist.
Okay, so that means that I guess even more people than maybe we originally thought would be entitled to reparations because of Jim Crow. Okay, that the same points still stand even with that. Like I don't see why why do we need that? That added nothing to the conversation.
Well, that's why we have to check our genealogy, right?
I mean, that's a fun fact, but like that literally a lady made a point and then I said something and then you added that out of nowhere. It didn't add anything. Okay, so there was Jim Crow in the North. Okay, what did that have to do with anything I said or that she said?
It has a lot to do with it.
It literally doesn't.
Okay.
I wanted to say something about the Jim Crow laws. You know, again, that was a part of the Jim Crow laws. That was a part of the KKK, the racism in America. And if anything, I'm starting to believe that he's right, that we should be suing Jim Crow because
Jim
it doesn't
Crow.
even make.
You mean the KKK?
Yeah, we should be, because the KKK is the one that basically terrorized the black citizens in this country. And actually, the police officers know under the Constitution, we are not supposed to. The police are not supposed to have any powers that they have. Everybody in the Constitution, it says that you have a right to write the form of militia. Okay, so the police officers are the militia for the 50 states in the United States. Like they are the people, you have a right to do that. So each state has a police force, and that in itself is a militia. And it has been terrorizing black people because under the federal government, under the Constitution, under constitutional laws, not the federal government, constitutional laws is the police should not have any power at all. They should not be enforced for them to be terrorizing us like that, because it's illegal. So the police are just like hired hands. When these angry Klans people, they wanted to bear arms and wanted to keep the black people in control, and they formed a militia called the police force. Y'all get what I'm trying to say? Like, we should be suing the racist organizations that terrorize black people.
Because there's a history there of them, like from the neo-Nazis to the Ku Klux Klan to anybody, skinheads, anybody that terrorized.
So this is a different discussion than reparations. So if you are a descendant of slavery from any island, there is a movement, I think it's Karakan, something like that, where people from other colonies that the UK was responsible for, they are seeking their reparations. I know Haiti is making moves on that end. That is where I would love to see my immigrant descendants focus their attention. I don't hear that conversation there. That is where your conversation and your effort should be if you know you are a descendant of slavery in the islands or other colonies. Here in America, our conversation for ADOS, for reparations, it is specifically for descendants of the slave trade. And I have met many people who are descendants from other, immigrants who are for us and are working with us. And I am so thankful for those people and those of you guys who you understand that being a descendant of slavery is very different from being a person who suffered through Jim Crow. It's just
it's just very different.
Well, what are we going to do
thank
about
you for those people who support the ADOS people in our efforts to get our reparations.
Okay, so what are we going to do about the Africans, the black people in Africa who actually sold our people to the Portuguese and the Spaniards? Like, don't they have any role to play in the game of slavery?
That would be another movement. Here, this movement for reparations is against the American government and their role. If you want to deal with the Africans, I would suggest you deal with another or start a movement against the Africans.
Don't
I'm not
start a
saying
movement
that.
against anybody.
Yeah, I didn't even say that. I don't know where that came from. I'm saying that they all had a role. Like, the Africans are the ones that sold their own people to the Europeans, so they should be partially
okay, that's a great point. Do you see what I'm saying? If you keep peeling it apart based off of like the standards and logic that we've been going about it, literally it would never end. And that's why I say I don't think reparations is a good idea.
Okay, can I step in for 1 second?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to retort Sproul's argument, and I'll tell you why. See, the thing is that if Caucasian people were enabled to have reparations, they wouldn't be arguing about it like we are right now. That's one. Number two, just basic, racism has caused us to lose a lot of money. Excuse the whole slave thing. And each African American will still be owed the same amount of money that they're going to give us anyway. So I can understand you might be saying that, oh, well, the slave trade, this, that, and say then we shouldn't be getting it because of that. But you're forgetting the aspect of that it's officially going under the slavery/slaves trade/ reparations thing, but this is money owed. This is money straight up owed to us. It has little to do with it's righting a wrong. Either way you slice it. It's righting the wrong. So I understand your argument and your point, but you got to understand it's this is more than just the mechanics that you're talking about. It's about people. I think they're only going to give us like 5 million, right?
Yeah.
Peace, right? That ain't
Yes.
nothing. That ain't nothing in a lifetime of
They
a
owe us
person.
more than that.
Yeah, that's what?
They owe us more than that.
Yeah, they owe us probably double that. I mean, just think about it like this. They owe us for the slave thing just by itself. Then all the discrimination, all those jobs they wouldn't allow us to have, all those scams they ran on us over 400 years, since 400 years, you can discount all of it and it's still going to come out to more than $5 million. So that's why I'm just a very simple and cut and dry guy. I mean, it's like, whatever way you look at it, they owe us the money. Now, if you don't think they owe us the money because of one reason, they owe it to us for other reasons. $5 million ain't nothing. Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna love it if I would have got it, but it's not like they're giving us. It's not like they're giving us some CEO's $500 billion company or nothing. It's $5 million. That's basically that basically gets you a decent house and upkeep for 15 years, 20 years. If you were to break it down, that's all it is. Think about all the jobs they didn't give us. Think about all the discrimination and all the opportunities we lost over the last 400 years.
Yeah, because of our hair, the way we look.
Right. So you can dress it that way and directly just look at it as a slave thing, or you can look at it as just the American history thing on how we lost opportunities since we got out of the fields. And look how many people sue for $1 million or $5 million, even $20 million, because somebody at their job did something wrong or dissed them wrong. Remember the guy who sued Tesla, right? Won $150 million. Now they're trying to cheat him out of his money, but he won $150 million, and that was just for a couple years. That kind of stuff has been happening to us over and over again for 400 years. That's why, to me, I was listening and I was eating, I was drinking, I was tying flies, and I just had to say that much for everybody. I mean, that's how I see it. I mean, come on. $5 million is not that much money. You know,
I see what you're saying, DJ.
Yeah.
I do disagree. Like, I still stand by my point. I mean, you explained yourself. I do get it. I'm not saying like morally, yes, it is owed. I'm looking at it probably more just from the logistics of it and
Stop it though. The logistics. We keep hearing. I'm sorry to interrupt, but why? If it's morally correct, why are you going to the logistics? We have figured out how to send people to the moon and beyond. So the logistics of paying out reparations. No, I'm talking about the logistics argument that you made. The logistics can be figured out. We have really smart people in this world that can figure out the logistics of paying out reparations to 15% of the population.
This is true. And I did say earlier, I was like, hey, if someone can draw up a decent enough plan and it works, who am I to argue? I just think that it would. If not from that point, I think just socially, which I did also mention earlier. I think socially it would just cause a lot of issues that I don't think that we need. So I'm not saying that reparations aren't owed. I'm not saying that they can't be figured out. I'm saying maybe as much as it hurts and as much as our people maybe owed something, maybe for other reasons, maybe we should just reconsider and maybe just let that die and just be bosses and just build and teach the next generation to build. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's not owed, guys.
Well, that's okay. We've heard from people like you for a very, very long time. So that's
Wait, one more time. People like me, what?
people who come with the logistics arguments and that other people will get jealous, and that's not our problem. I mean, people
Well,
get
no,
jealous
sister, like
excuse me, when people get jealous when folks win the lottery. So that's not our problem. People get jealous when they get into Harvard on legacy. 40% of people who got into these schools that have just struck down affirmative action, they get in on legacy, meaning someone in their family either bought their way in because they were already there. And I'm just going there and kind of off topic to say we can't rely. When it comes to Black people, it's always somebody else is going to be mad because Black people get something that's just for them. That's my.
Well, the only reason why I agree that we should get reparations is because it was written down. They said that all Black people was owed 40 acres and a mule, and you shouldn't have put it in writing. If that's the only. But do I think that reparations is going to help uh, in the long run? Like, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, it was written down that we should receive 40 acres and a mule. I guess, you know what, that actually adds up to more than 5 mil, doesn't it? Like, I don't
Yes,
know.
that's what we were talking about. They owe us more than $3.5 million. Like, we are owed more, not just in money, but in land as
I don't
well.
know how much the mule is worth, but I know 40 acres is a lot of land.
Who
That's
is
what,
Jenna Drayan? Who's that?
who?
Who is this person? He says, go ahead and block me. The only reparations needed is your channel, which ain't doing good, James. Who's that troll? Somebody
No,
block
that's
him.
probably the pesky man. Y'all don't forget to hit the Cash App. Please don't give your money to the pesky man. He's just trolling DJ.
Okay, you guys, I'm gonna show who that guy is in a minute. You're gonna love this. I'll show you why he's so grumpy in a minute.
Ooh, tea.
Let's see what we got here. Boom. Let me go to my community wall. Yeah. Okay, let me get down here. This is why he is so grumpy. Where is he at? Oh, here we go. This is why he's so grumpy. That's him. That's Jandarian right there. That's him.
Interesting. And why is he upset?
Who knows? You know, that's him.
Let him rock, man. Let him in the chat. Like,
nah.
I'm saying, hey, man, this
that picture scared me.
The
No, I
YouTube
was
streets.
surprised. I didn't know you.
Let him hit.
Yep. Yeah, he's not a nice guy. I tried to give him. Now, at first, he always goes into my chat. It's funny. It's the thing is this how I rate, kind of like who's cool and who's not. If you say something and then, you joke, make a joke on me, I'm not. That's not bad. But if you always have an insidious vibe going on, nah. And so one day he came at me and I looked him up and this is him and that tells me everything I need to know. I mean, he's probably a miserable guy. I hope he finds happiness.
What's his?
And I guarantee you, if he finds happiness, he won't even remember what he said. But that's neither here nor there. We're here to have a good vibe, a good conversation. Yep. So anyway, let me get him off the screen because it's everybody's dropping off.
I find it quite humorous.
So let me get back to this right here. Okay.
The first Americans were Black Indians of African descent.
Yeah, unfortunately, somebody is attacking Camel right now.
Oh my God! Why?
Yeah.
Hey, we don't attack, man. Like again,
no, they do that raw shit. They hack and they dox and everything.
Yeah, look, guys, don't hack, don't dox, definitely criticize, you know, like, and I'm not even against necessarily trolling to a degree, but like, don't like that.
Yeah, trolling's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, really, quite honestly, it's okay, but they go way beyond that, and it's disappointing and it's
Like
sad. But
Kim
that's
will
what they're
never
doing.
say anything to nobody. That's the crazy part. She's like the
Yeah.
nicest person.
Yeah. But you know what it is really about them. They have a certain pathology, and they're not the reasons they say that they're doing things for are isn't the reason. The reason they're doing it is because of who they are. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Let's get back onto the subject of reparations. I am going to go on mute, so y'all take it from here.
Yeah, but they really do look like black people on the foot. I don't know if they could be mixed with Indian or they are actually black people.
What does it matter?
No, not really. But
If they were slaves, it matters.
Well, they were Native. There were Native American slaves also.
Yeah, I know that.
So I don't know. I don't have I have no way of knowing if if there were mostly black people in the United States already, then someone did a major cover up if that was the case. But like the lady, I don't know what her name was. There really is no I never seen they don't have any nothing in storage where the ships were. They said they have one ship, but
yes, they do. One ship that has they've done the testing on it. It matches the age of ships that would have come. They've got the paperwork. I mean, I actually have done my genealogy. I have a relative I've spoken to that was born in Mali, and I can trace my lineage. I mean, I have access to the slave what do they call them? The rolls that the ship rolls or whatever they call them. When people were brought over, they were given didn't even have names. They were like Black 1 or whatever they call them, African 1, African 2. I mean, there's evidence. They kept very meticulous documentation on their cargo. So, and now they actually have a ship, the Clotide or whatever. I mean, and they're making a museum of it. I mean, so if you don't want to believe that that's real, then you don't want to believe in, science. I mean, and that's fine. You have the right to believe in what you believe in, but the reparations situation is totally separate. So if you think that you were born here, you are not eligible for the reparations from the African slave trade that we are trying to get. And what I'm hearing is someone wants to expand the reparations. Oh, if you think you are native to this land, the Native Americans have gotten their reparations in several ways. They've gotten native land. They've gotten a college free education. I know in Michigan, if you were a native, I mean, why haven't you Black natives gotten on to that whole situation and gotten your casinos and gotten your reservations? I mean, don't try to block us from getting our reparations.
Nobody's trying to block nobody. To be honest with you, it's just that the reason why is it's the same thing. You guys, if you guys don't believe we're the same people, then that's on you. You could believe that you're African American and you believe in the African and slave trade, but if you look at your genealogy, it might say something different. So we've been reclassified over and over again. We've been indoctrinated to believe we were from Africa when we really are not. Africans can tell you that we're not their people. They've been saying that for years.
So you're saying we, not we, you. You don't know where you came from. I know
I
where
know where I came from, but you don't know because you keep calling
I've
yourself
spoken
an
to my
African
relatives in Africa.
when they don't claim you. They don't claim you guys.
Yes, my relative in Africa does claim me. She found me. She was born in Mali.
They don't
She
claim
found
you.
me.
But
She claims me.
You're talking about different African people. Like,
Right,
for instance, people from Mali, Senegal, and Ghana, they really do. They claim that they are the same people as African American people. From what I've heard, I mean, there could be some of them that don't identify with Black American people. But I think you're mistaking people from that never in Africa that's never really been slaves, like been in the slave trade, that don't claim Black Africans. Because like in Nigeria, they never were enslaved, so they don't claim. Like from what I've heard, I don't know. This is coming from Africans themselves, but I don't know. I don't really. If anybody could tell me like whether they've had an issue with people from Ghana, Mali, or Senegal claiming African Americans, have y'all had that personal issue?
That has not. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe that question's for other people.
No, I was just saying that you say that Africans don't really claim us, but there's a lot of Africans that do claim that do see us as the same people. That don't have
I
an
never
issue
said
with
that. In fact, what I said to you is that my relative born in Mali claims me. She actually tried to apologize to me for the slave trade. She actually, I'll tell you guys a story. She told me that the story that's been handed down from her people is that when their relatives that would disappear and people that they knew would disappear, they were told it was she said they were they were told it was spirits in the woods. Don't go into the woods because the spirits in the woods will get you. They weren't told that they were actually people who were stealing Black people, their other Black people, stealing them and trading them away. And so that was her way of apologizing to me. They, in her lineage and her family, they know of when they had people who were disappearing that they had seen previously in the village that would disappear. So this is not, it wasn't just warring tribes. It was also people that they had problems with who were even within their groups. So it was widespread. It was what you do. Think about what we do in America. We don't like someone, we get rid of them one way or another. So, and another thing, in Africa back then, if you were in a different tribe, you might as well have been in a different race, because they didn't see everybody who was Black skinned as family. So it's just not how it wasn't divided the way we are divided here. So if you can choose to ignore the science, the DNA, even the white people are saying, okay, this is a slave traded vehicle that brought people here from another not only country but from another continent, and you can choose to ignore that, and that's fine, and that's your right. All I'm saying is don't get in the way of what we're trying to do. We have so many people who are against us trying to get what is due to us, and what's crazy is Black people, whenever we get our hands on money, it is what it is. We turn it right back into the economy. So if you're good to Black people, you're going to benefit from us getting reparations. I mean, that's bottom line. This jealousy, crap, and barrel stuff has to stop.
If you were a slave, you can get reparations. But to Henry Mars, DNA is not a proven fact. It just tells you about your lineage. It doesn't tell you about where you're actually from. If you want to know where you came from, go to your genealogy. That is more accurate than DNA.
But it's interesting how she says that a lot of African people, if you were from a different tribe, you might as well have been from a different race, because I see that in the black race in general. Like people from Mali wouldn't feel comfortable with people that's from a different part of Africa, like Ghana. People from Ghana wouldn't feel they don't feel comfortable around us as Americans, and Americans they don't get along with, like, or they can have an issue with Haitians. It's like we consider ourselves as different races of people. So I could agree with her on that part. Y'all understand what I'm saying? That, like,
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Well, like, why does it matter if Africans claim us or not?
It doesn't.
Right. I don't care if they claim a certain. All I'm here is the reparations. We're owed it. We were promised it, and we deserve it. Others got theirs. Why aren't we getting ours?
But what are we gonna do to move forward with actually getting the bill signed for reparations? What could we do? What are some of the things that we can do to get the attention of the U.S. government to start the works on reparations? Like, can we write our local congressmen? Can we start a petition?
I would argue it's not far behind. You wouldn't have to do that much. Not these days. Not with the current regime. So it can be done.
Yes, I would say, okay, for example, we have so many Blacks who are very vocal on social media saying we should be voting for Republicans. So I would say whoever wants to represent us, reparations needs to be on the table. And we should have Republicans and Democrats fighting about how much and how better deal they can get for us for reparations. Everybody should be talking about reparations for Blacks, and no votes for anyone who isn't at least putting it on the table.
Oh, don't hold your breath, sister.
Well, you listen. You know what? Our people were in bondage for not decades, but centuries. And they didn't hold their breath, but they still got free. I mean, we did. Not every one of them, but we did. So this whole thing about time is going to cancel it out, I don't agree with that.
I'm not saying time will cancel it out, but like, are we really going through the same thing that our ancestors went through? And that's not to negate what they went through, because they went through what they went through. So that way,
why does it matter? Every other group that descended from whatever their people went through, they still got reparations, even though they weren't going through the exact same
not every single group.
Why does it matter? Jewish people literally got reparations here. Are we German?
That is one group. I am not negating.
Japanese got their reparations, and the thing with the Jews, they did not suffer the Holocaust here. It was in Europe. So I don't know how they got reparations.
Get this. That's the same thing with the California thing. It's BS and it's a virtue signal. So we don't even acknowledge it. So like, get this. That's not real.
You cannot acknowledge.
We want real. What you're arguing for are.
You don't have to acknowledge it, but they still got money.
Okay, but like, so is it about them getting it, or is it about like why it's being given? If anything, it should be given because there was a wrong that was done and someone was affected by it, and it was a wrong that someone else wants to acknowledge. So by acknowledging it, they are giving a gift, a peace offering of sorts to a group to say like, hey, this is us acknowledging what we did that was wrong. You know, this does not make up for the damage that was done, but this is us acknowledging and giving you something that is owed, which still will not take back it, but that you're owed it.
Sir, so, you're not an honest debater in this argument.
How am I not an honest debater?
Because you yourself said it's been too much time. That was your number one.
Yes, I think that there is too much time. I'm trying to understand. No, I'm trying to understand the point of the people that I disagree with to try to get to a place to understanding.
I want to know how there's too much time when my grandmother was born on a plantation. That's too much time. My grandmother is still alive and was born on a plantation. How is that too much time?
Your grandmother was born on a plantation into slavery?
Yes. Do you think slavery ended?
How old is your grandmother?
That's not when slavery ended.
How old is your grandmother?
She's 80.
Your grandmother was a slave
Yes, I
80
just
years
said
ago,
that. I
born on
just
a
said that. She was
plantation
born on a plantation. She had to
as a
pick
slave
cotton.
into
She had
slavery.
to pick cotton
She
as a
was a slave.
10-year-old.
She was a slave.
Did I not just say that?
She was owned
Did
by
I not
someone
just
else.
say that? Did I not just say
Okay.
that? Can you not hear?
That is
You have problems hearing?
shocking. No, that I'm very taken
That's because you
aback.
don't learn about your own history, but you're coming up here
Well,
trying to
that's
tell
your
people
history.
other
That's not
stuff.
my history.
What do you mean
You
that's not my
shared an
history?
anecdote.
Multiple
You just said it was your
black people can
grandmother.
say
That is
this.
your history.
Multiple black people can say this.
There's
Because you're
a lot
uneducated
of old
about
people in
descendants of
my
slavery in
family. None
America,
of
and you want
them
to come up here and
were
talk
born
hot
into
shit,
slavery.
but you don't know basic information that you should know.
80 years ago, your grandmother
Yes,
was born
80
on a
years ago.
plantation
Can you
in
not
slavery.
hear? Can you not hear?
Okay. Hey, you got it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna keep repeating myself. And the fact that Native Americans get land and they allowed white people to buy their way into the Native American tribes. How the fuck do we know modern Native Americans don't descend from the Europeans who bought their way into the tribes?
I never
How do we
said
know they're
none of that
actually
other
Native
stuff was
Americans?
messed up.
And they
I'm
spent
saying
their
I
lands in
personally
numbers.
don't think I'm owed. Like, I'm not, again, I'll take a check if they want to give me a check. I'm not waiting for no check.
Sir, I don't think you're going to get a check.
I don't think. Yeah,
If
you're
he
right. I
says
don't
that,
think I'm going to get a
if
check.
he said, guys,
Why? Because I
if
think
he
like that.
says
Wouldn't it be
he's
off
not,
my genealogy? Wouldn't that be the common factor?
I would hope if you have these views, you would not accept money if the government.
If I had these views,
if you have these views,
God.
you should not accept money if
So
we
is
are
it
allowed
about
reparations.
who's owed reparations,
You should not
or is it
accept any
about a
money.
way of thinking?
You let that go to someone else who knows their history and knows they deserve that money. So if you have
Everything
these
that we're
views,
saying right
support.
now, though, is based off of generated off of feelings and emotion. To be quite honest,
Exactly,
like the majority
but you
of
just
it.
said you don't feel like you're in need of reparations. So if we
Logistically, no,
if we
because
do
I
get
don't think I
reparations,
would.
you don't need
I
to
don't
get
think
any.
I've been affected by slavery personally.
Good. We'll keep this tape when it comes time for reparations, and we'll make sure it's played back and make sure you don't get
Certainly.
yours.
okay,
Certainly.
so let me address Henry.
And I feel bad for those that feel like they were affected by slavery.
Okay,
who didn't
so
live through it.
let me address Henry Mars for real quick. Even if I was to take a DNA test, that's not going to hold up in the court of law. The only thing that will hold up in the court of law is your genealogy. They want records, not your DNA. Okay? So even if I did take a DNA, it's not, it proves nothing.
She's
DNA
right, Henry.
tests aren't accurate anyways.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's DNA is not accurate.
Okay, I'm gonna have to push back on that comment. So, it depends on where the reparations are coming from and what the stipulations are. In California, it was that you had to prove that you had relatives who were in California during slavery. I think up to 1860. Therefore, if your DNA proves that you are related to anyone who was in California during that time, you would be eligible. So yes, DNA is very important and will prove that you are eligible for reparations.
But that makes no sense since majority of our ancestors' records are gone. So that wouldn't make sense.
It makes sense because that's what the commission, they did their research. We're talking about doctors, professors who decided that these would be the stipulations for it. And it makes, and most of the records are not gone. I mean, there are records that you can prove that you were here. I mean, everyone I know that is ADOS, they know how to prove it. So if you are having a problem with that, someone can help you to prove it. If you can't prove it, then it's probably because you're not eligible. I mean, these Europeans kept very good records on who they bought and sold.
It's in your records.
Yeah, paperwork. I've got paperwork.
That's what I'm saying. Like it goes back to what I said.
DNA.
Not every Black person is going to qualify for reparations.
So let's
because not every Black person is going to be able to have.
Guess what? Every Japanese person who got reparations probably had an issue with paperwork too. That should not be a reason to not move forward with those who are eligible.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not morally against reparations. I just think I don't want to say the L word again, but you know, it's one of those things where hey, if people want to fight for it, I say push on, you know, and fight the good fight. I would say at the same time, you know, don't make it, you know, your white whale, you know, and to the ends of the earth. But if that's something that you believe in and that's what you want, then go for it. And then everybody else, I guess, yeah, nothing would really matter to them. It would only matter to the people that want that sort of thing. And honestly, I think to a lady, you kind of made a point where you were like, hey, when they're handing out checks, don't accept it. I think it should be the kind of thing, if they approve some kind of reparations for whatever it may be, you know, to the Black community for, you know, crimes against humanity done in the past. If you don't check in for said thing and you qualify, then yeah, you shouldn't get it. So like if let's say that based off my genealogy, I'm owed it. If I don't, you know, do what I need to do, or, you know, stamp my little thing or check whatever box I need to do to get my reparations, then tough titties. And there should be a time limit on it, because I think that yeah, that's also only fair, because there probably are going to be other people like me who are like, I don't necessarily feel like I'm owed it, but it's like, oh, you might think differently when you find out you are owed it. Like I said, I will definitely take a check from the government if they want to give me something. I'm just not waiting around for it.
Well, why would you take something that you just said you don't deserve? I'm very confused.
Because this is America.
Oh, honestly, I'm just being realistic. I'm just like, hey,
this is America. So Melanated Vessel said, I could never imagine hearing Black people talk the way they do nowadays. It's quite disturbing. Melanated Vessel, that's exactly why I wanted to understand where everybody was coming from on this stage. And somebody else said, where are they politically? I mean, because those are the two things. They're trying to shame us when we ask these questions, but we do need to know who is saying what these days. It's just like when we hear white people saying certain things, we need to know when we hear ADOS people saying certain things, and we need to know when we hear people who they're calling tethers, or people who are you know, first and second generation people who are not ADOS.
Isn't that kind of categorization more divisive?
Excuse me. So we do need to know where people are coming from, just because yes, it is a division, but we divide Asians and Blacks and whites, and we need to divide Blacks among who they are. We absolutely need to do that. And something that I had mentioned earlier to DJ, I just sent him a clip. I mean, not a clip, but there is a push to put on the census so that we can identify us African American, us Blacks, if we are ADOS or not on the census. And I'm so for that. Just like Hispanics identify if they are white Hispanics or non-white Hispanics, we need to identify if we are ADOS or non-ADOS. So we understand who we're dealing with. We've got people who are among us who are not for us. They are aligned with others and are against
What if
ADOS
someone
for whatever
was ADOS?
reason, and I think we need to be able to identify that.
What if someone was ADOS, but they didn't agree with what you're saying?
I don't know how it's dismissive to put people in groups, because I've seen a lot of famous Black conservatives saying we don't deserve reparations, and then I find out their parents are Jamaican or African and they're immigrants and they were just born here. Like, you don't even have a say in reparations. Like, what?
That's what I was saying earlier. Like, I don't know who these people are. Like, why are you sitting here saying that you're going against the interests of Black people? Like, who are you guys?
Well, if someone's against or saying like they don't think reparations is a good idea, does that mean that they're against Black people?
That's pretty much so. You have to be against.
I disagree because, like
If
I
I
said,
came
I'm
out and
not
said
for reparations, but I'm
Jews don't
definitely
deserve reparations, everyone would be mad if I came out and said Jews don't deserve reparations. But it's okay to say that for Black people, though.
I don't think it's okay. It doesn't matter, regardless of
Great
whatever you think or
point.
whatever you're talking about. It doesn't matter, like what other people and how like the majority reacts. Don't be worried about that. Whatever opinion you have, like you think that for a particular reason because that's how you see things. Don't let others influence how you feel about something, even if
what's
you're
your
wrong.
What does
authority?
that have
Who
to do
are
with
you?
anything?
No, I'm telling her to
Who
not
are you?
let
Who
other
are you?
people.
Do you
No, I'm
realize?
not.
Do you know
I'm
what
telling.
social currency is? Do you know what social currency is? And that
No,
can
I hear
really
you to a
destroy the whole entire
degree.
image of a race. Do you know what that is?
I hear you to a degree, but when it comes to like especially with this race stuff, like I don't think we realize no one else in the world talks about race in the way that our country does. Now it is different
Oh,
here.
you'd
Our
be
country
surprised.
has a race problem.
Yes, they do. Yes, they
Yeah.
do. Yes, they do. I can't
Not
stand that fucking
entirely.
lie. I can't
No,
stand it.
it's not a lie.
It is a lie.
Have you been elsewhere? Have you talked to people
Yes,
from
I've been
elsewhere?
to my boyfriend is Mexican. They talk about it 24/7 in
Again, I'm
Mexico.
not saying
They just
racism
have
talked
different
about,
words
but
for
like
it.
I think we have
Why do they call black Latinas Marinas? Why do they say that if they don't talk about fucking race? I'm very confused.
what I'm saying is, I'm not like the statement that I heard that I'm like, oh, just because you're against reparations means you're not for Black people. That's ridiculous. Because I'm for anybody that wants to progress, and I'm definitely for my people. And just because I don't think
Oh, I
reparations is
can't
a good
tell.
idea in the way that certain people are calling for it, without like I'm saying, like I already said earlier, if a plan can be drawn up that makes sense, okay, I see morally, I see why it makes sense. I'm just thinking, looking at the way that things are now, I don't think it's a good idea for multiple reasons. That doesn't mean I'm against Black people. That don't mean I don't want to see us win. That
None of
doesn't mean
your
I don't think
reasons
that
make
we're owed
sense.
something.
None of your
I'm not
reasons
gonna
make
just
sense.
say like, oh, just because, get this, just because they're owed it, if it logistically, if it'll do damage, or if it's not just feasible, I'm not gonna do it because that's just not what's good for the group.
No, all y'all have is excuses. Every other group that got reparations,
It's not excuses. Why
every other
wouldn't I
group
want
that
to see
got
people
reparations,
win?
everything was fine after they got reparations. Y'all only have these excuses when it comes to Black Americans.
Who y'all? Who is y'all? Who is they?
You
Me,
and everyone
I'm
else
a Black
before
American. So
you.
how are you gonna
It doesn't
tell
matter if you're a
me?
Black American. Your
It
talking
doesn't
points.
matter.
Your talking points. Your talking points support white supremacy.
Well, wait a minute.
My
Let's dig into
talking
you.
points support white
Wait.
supremacy.
Let's
Yes.
dig into
Do
your
I need to say it
background,
slower for
sir.
you? Your talking points support white supremacy.
Yeah.
These talking
Oh
points
my
come from white
gosh.
people.
Yeah.
All
Are
you
you
are
a
doing is making
Republican?
excuses.
Am
Are
Are
I?
you
you a
No,
conservative?
GOP?
It's giving
I'm not
conservative.
anything.
It's giving
Okay.
conservative.
Okay.
It's
All
giving
right.
conservative.
All
I
right.
think
Well,
I
that's
think
okay.
my views line up. I think I've always thought I was a liberal. I don't know, like I have different opinions about, like I don't categorize myself. I'm not in any particular group. I look at whatever we're talking about, whatever the individual point may be. I address that based off of just what I personally think. That does not mean that I have the answer to everything. That does not mean that I'm right about everything. It also doesn't mean that I'm not wrong about everything, right? I'm not like, just because I agree with maybe one point that maybe is associated with one group and disagree with a point that is associated with another group doesn't mean that I'm for or against either or. I'm talking about the individual points. I'm an individual. I live in a democracy. You know, I'm like, I've always gone about things like I address each point as that's what I think about it. Now, there have
No,
been
my
times
point is
when
that every other group has gotten reparations and everything has been fine, but y'all only make these excuses
stop
when it
saying
comes to
y'all. I
Black
don't know who
people.
y'all is. I don't know who
You
y'all
and
is.
people who think like you. I don't know why I
You
keep having to explain. Do you know what the word
So
y'all means?
based
You need
off
me
of
to pull out a
just a
dictionary?
few points,
Like,
you're making an assumption based off of what I
it's not
think.
an
That's not what I
assumption.
think.
I'm taking your words and applying it. That's what I'm doing. I didn't
Okay.
assume anything.
So you said that other groups have gotten reparations.
Yes, and everything was fine. All your concerns, and nobody had those concerns. Nobody had those concerns, and America went on perfectly fine. You
If
guys
I'm
only do
honest,
this with Black people.
me personally, I was not around when those political talks were being had. I think, and that's fair. I'm a younger guy. I'm not. I'm in my 30s. I'm not. So I wasn't around during those talks. So I couldn't give any input.
Okay, but
You
I'm
feel me?
saying your what's it called, your complaints or whatever. How come none of these things happened when these other groups got reparations, but you somehow
I literally
have
just
these
said I
complaints
was
here?
not present
You don't
for
need to be
any of.
present to know the history of America
I know,
and
I know the
reparations.
history. Okay, I think that it's stupid that Jewish American citizens got reparations for something that happened to European Jews. Yeah, that's retarded. Okay, so
I don't think y'all
I
can say the
definitely
J
think that
word on this live stream.
I said Jewish people. That's what they people Jewish descent, Hebrews, like Israelites, like whatever you want to call it. They were targeted, and yet Americans who had nothing to do with what was going on with them over there got reparations. That's stupid. That is stupid. Now, the Japanese, I don't know all the details, but I do know that our country has a sort of history with them. And I would say that, in my opinion, those reparations are owed. That does not mean that I don't think that reparations are owed for Black Americans. I'm saying
Okay, everybody. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to go ahead and we can say our last statements. Why don't we start off with Spro, since he's already in the mix. But Betterment, you can take it from here as far as who you would like to direct to say their last statements. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Right
So,
on. I think 4 hours is
no,
good.
no, I don't know too many names on this panel. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Okay, so let's go ahead and let Spro do it, say what he wants to say, and then we'll go to You Can't Get Laid, and then to July, and then Betterment, you can finish it off.
Not too long, because like same point like that I've had. It does not mean that I'm against. It doesn't mean that I don't think that wrong shouldn't be mended by others that do wrong to other people. Like morally, yes, that is correct. I'm just saying logistically, and I know that like we don't like to talk about that, but that's just the end that I'm coming from. And get this, you shouldn't look at everything from a logistical standpoint. You do need that moralness, you do need that heart, you do need that like raw, like, yo, like this is messed up and like that needs to be fixed. You need both of those things. So that doesn't mean that I have all the answers, because like how you guys are on like the like, no, this is a moral, this is owed type time. You do need the logistics to balance that out. I'm not saying my logistics, but in general. So don't be against that altogether. I am for my people. I want my people to win. Just because I don't think that that's what's best for us right now, considering certain things, doesn't mean that I'm against. Yeah, that doesn't mean that I'm against progression, and that doesn't mean that I'm a part of some certain category. We're talking about specific things about reparations. If we were to talk about another topic concerning our community, you might be surprised about how I feel. So, yeah, there.
Okay, You Can't Get Laid?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question again? Because y'all could just skip me because I didn't hear the question. I was
There's no question. You just have to say your last thoughts.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say that I believe that Black people should get reparations because it was documented. You know, it's documented, it's written on paper that we were to get 40 acres and a mule. And that's the only reason. If it wasn't documented, then I would say that, you know, that happened in the past. Those were, we didn't personally go through slavery. But since it was a contract that was written, that's what no matter what, us getting reparations is not going to change the system of racism. Us getting, and that's my opinion. Because it was written down, because we were promised it, I believe we should get it. Okay, so next, that's my opinion.
Gotcha. July, how about you?
Okay, so my point was that we've had reparations in this country multiple times, and everyone's concerns for Black people, they seem to have never happened any other time we've put reparations in this country. So what it sounds like to me is people are just making up excuses to put on Black people, because none of those things have ever happened any other time we've given reparations in this country. So just making shit up. And that's my point.
Well said.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Betterment. Feel free to close this out for us.
Okay, so reparation is owed. However, you have to prove that you are a descendant of slaves, because once again, you have to be a descendant of slaves. Not every black person in this that been in this country for a long time is going to qualify for slavery, because not every black person went through slavery in this country. So gather up your genealogy, make sure that you are a descendant of slaves in this country. And if you're owed reparations, you should get it. But in my opinion, I think the conversation of reparations should expand more, because there has been a lot more that has been done to us in this country that we are not talking about, and that needs to be brought up, so that black people that lost land, that lost their possessions, that was terrorized by the Ku Klux Klan back in the day, are suffering from police brutality, you guys can get reparations as well, because we still suffered through this country after slavery. Like, our land was taken to us after they promised us that they will give us this land, but they gave it back to the slave owners and gave them reparations instead, because their slaves were set free and they didn't have any money. But to me, that's a slap in the face to be doing that. However, I think reparations should go beyond slavery. It should go through Jim Crow